the billionaire who bought a farm in Briar Creek, Montana. The sky seemed too large for secrets, yet every acre of Willowbend Farm held one. Alexander Reed arrived from Chicago, believing land was a matter of numbers, signatures, and projected returns, while Grace Wilson stood on that same land as if her heartbeat had roots beneath it. He had bought a failing farm to turn it into a luxury eco-resort. She had lost a family home and still refused to surrender its soul. Their first meeting would not be polite because grief rarely bowed to money, and money rarely understood grief. And on that cold morning, at the old iron gate where the road bent toward the farmhouse, both of them mistook pride for certainty. Alexander's black SUV looked almost offensive against the Montana dirt road. It was too glossy, too quiet, too sure of itself as it rolled past yellow grass and weather-tilted fence posts. Behind it followed two white survey trucks, their roofs loaded with tripods, measuring equipment, orange stakes, and the calm arrogance of men who believed boundaries existed only after they had marked them. Alexander sat in the back seat with a tablet balanced on one knee, reviewing the final acquisition file for the third time that morning. Willowbend Farm, 680 acres, seasonal creek, road frontage, historic barn, existing residents, significant restoration required, outstanding debts resolved through purchase agreement, preliminary resort concept, low-impact luxury cabins, wellness lodge, equestrian trails, farm-to-table restaurant, private investment return, projected at 42% over 5 years. In Chicago, numbers like that made boardrooms lean forward. Here, they made wind move through dead weeds. His assistant had offered to accompany him. His attorneys had advised a remote closing. Lydia Vale, the development consultant, had sent 6 messages before sunrise, reminding him that the land survey had to begin immediately if they wanted permits filed before winter. But Alexander had chosen to come himself, partly because Reed Capital did not purchase anything carelessly, partly because his mother, Eleanor Reed, had once told him that powerful men should look quite directly at whatever they intended to change, and partly because, though he would never admit this to anyone, he was tired of glass towers reflecting his own face back at him. The driver slowed. "Sir," he said, glancing into the rearview mirror, "there's someone at the gate." Alexander looked up. A woman stood in the middle of the entrance road. She wore faded jeans tucked into worn brown boots, a thick cream sweater under a canvas jacket, and her dark blonde hair was tied back in a loose braid that the wind had already begun to undo. One hand rested on the iron gate. The other held a folded stack of papers against her chest. She was not tall, not in any dramatic way, but there was something immovable about her posture, as if she had borrowed strength from every fence post, every cottonwood, every stone buried in that land. The driver stopped 20 feet away. One of the survey trucks gave a short, impatient honk. The woman did not move. Alexander exhaled slowly, closed the file and stepped out. The Montana air hit him first. It was clean in a way that felt almost sharp, cold enough to pass through the seams of his tailored coat. He adjusted his cuff by habit, then walked toward the gate. "Miss Wilson?" he asked. Her eyes narrowed slightly. They were grey-blue, clear and wary, the color of weather before rain. "You must be Alexander Reed." There was no welcome in her voice, not even the thin, civilized kind people used when they hated you, but needed something from you. "I am." He stopped a few feet from her. "I believe we're expected." "Expected?" She glanced behind him at the survey crews. "That's an interesting word for showing up with men ready to carve lines through my pasture." Alexander kept his expression neutral. He had handled hostile founders, bankrupt partners, union representatives, regulators with political ambitions. He knew how to stand still while someone else spent their anger. "The purchase agreement closed last week," he said. "We're here to begin preliminary survey work." "No," Grace said. The word was quiet. The surveyor in the first truck climbed out, a man in a neon vest with a clipboard. "Mr. Reed, we're already behind schedule. If we don't get the South Ridge measured today, you won't measure the South Ridge today," Grace said without looking at him. The surveyor gave a dry laugh. "Ma'am, with respect, the property's been sold." Grace turned then, and whatever the man saw in her face made him stop smiling. "With respect," she replied. "You are standing outside a locked gate because you do not yet have legal access to Willowbend." Alexander studied her more carefully. Most people who lost property to debt came with pleading or rage. Grace Wilson had both somewhere inside her. He could tell, but what she held in front of her was something more dangerous: preparation. "Miss Wilson," he said, lowering his voice. "I understand this is difficult." Her mouth tightened almost like the words had struck her. "No," she said. "You understand difficult when a quarterly report drops 2 points and someone in a suit sweats through lunch. You don't understand watching your father sell off calves one by one because the bank won't extend another month. You don't understand choosing between fixing the roof and paying for medicine. You don't understand burying both your parents on a hill and then receiving a letter saying the land they broke their bodies for has become an asset class." The wind moved between them. For one brief second, Alexander did not answer. Not because he had no reply. He had many replies. He could explain liquidity, debt structures, distressed acquisitions, the unpleasant fact that sentiment did not service loans. He could remind her that his offer had paid more than the foreclosure auction would have. He could say he had saved her from losing everything for nothing, but the words felt strangely thin with that gate between them. "I'm not here to insult your family," he said. "No," Grace replied. "You're here to erase them." Behind her, Willowbend Farm stretched into pale morning light. Alexander had seen drone footage, satellite maps, architectural renderings. None of them had prepared him for the actual place. The farmhouse sat beyond a line of cottonwoods, white paint weathered to softness, porch sagging slightly at one end. A red barn leaned but did not surrender. The fields beyond were winter brown, patched with stubborn grass. A creek flashed silver where the land dipped, and on the far ridge, 3 horses grazed with their heads down like quiet witnesses. It was not polished. It was not efficient. It did not look like a resort. It looked lived in, which, from a developer's perspective, was exactly the problem. "We're planning an eco-resort," Alexander said. "Low-impact design, local hiring, preservation of certain historical structures. This land can provide jobs for Briar Creek." Grace laughed once, and there was no humor in it. "Certain historical structures," she repeated. "You mean the barn if it photographs well, the farmhouse if your designer can turn my mother's kitchen into a reception desk. Maybe you'll keep the old apple tree and hang lanterns from it so guests can drink wine where my father taught me how to saddle a pony. That's not fair. Neither is buying grief and calling it vision." The sentence landed harder than he expected. Alexander felt, for the first time that morning, the faint sting of irritation. Not because she was wrong in a way he could easily dismiss, but because she spoke as if he were personally cruel. He had not created her debts. He had not forced her family into insolvency. He had simply stepped into an opportunity that already existed. Opportunity. A word that sounded clean until someone like Grace Wilson stood in front of it with shaking hands. He looked at the papers she held. "If you have a legal objection, I'll have my counsel review it," he said. "But blocking access after closing will only complicate matters for you." Her gaze flashed. "For me, yes," he said, more firmly. "You received payment under the agreement. The property transfer is in process. Interfering with contracted work could expose you to penalties." It was the wrong thing to say. He knew it as soon as the color drained from her face and returned, hot and bright, across her cheeks. "Penalties," she whispered. "Do men like you practice that tone in mirrors?" The surveyor shifted uncomfortably. Alexander's jaw tightened. "Men like me. Men who arrive after the worst day of someone's life and act inconvenienced that the pieces aren't swept up yet. He stepped closer to the gate. And women like you, do you always mistake stubbornness for dignity? For a moment, the farm seemed to go utterly still. Even the horses in the distance lifted their heads. Grace stared at him. Something in her expression cracked. Not enough for tears, not enough for weakness. Only enough for him to realize he had found a bruise and pressed it. Then she smiled faintly. It was worse than anger. My father used to say city men think a fence is just something to remove because they've never had to build one after a storm. Alexander said nothing. Grace unfolded the papers in her hand. Your lawyers really didn't tell you. It was not a question. A chill not entirely from the wind slid beneath Alexander's coat. Tell me what? She looked past him at the trucks, then back to him. You came all this way thinking I was just standing here because I couldn't let go. Are you saying there's an issue with the closing? I'm saying Willowbend has always required people to read carefully. Alexander held out his hand. May I see? For a moment she did not move. Her fingers tightened around the pages, and he noticed then that her nails were short and clean. One knuckle scraped raw. These were not hands that had spent the morning waiting for drama. These were hands that had fed animals before sunrise, hauled water, lifted wire, carried loss without applause. Finally, she passed the papers through the bars of the gate. Their fingers did not touch. Alexander looked down. The first pages were copies of the purchase agreement, initialed, stamped, familiar. He turned them with practiced impatience until he reached the final attachment. It was not printed on firm letterhead. It was a scanned copy of a handwritten amendment, dated 12 years earlier, attached to a conservation transition clause. He vaguely remembered seeing in the diligence packet. The handwriting was slanted and firm, the ink faded blue. At the bottom was the signature of Thomas Wilson, Grace's father, witnessed and notarized. Alexander read the first line, then read it again. His brows drew together. This can't be binding. Grace's voice was steady. It is. This predates the current sale. It runs with the land. He scanned further, faster now. Legal phrases emerged from the personal handwriting like stones in a creek. No full development rights shall vest in any purchaser or controlling party until said party maintains primary residence upon Willowbend Farm for a continuous period of 90 days. Buyer shall participate in ordinary stewardship obligations. Failure to satisfy residency shall delay transfer of improvement and development privileges. Alexander felt the morning tilt. Behind him, the surveyor called, Mr. Reed. Alexander ignored him. He could already hear his attorneys explaining old rural clause, overlooked because it didn't prevent purchase, only delayed development rights. Attached through a local land stewardship provision, rare, irritating, potentially enforceable. He looked up at Grace. There it was in her face now, not triumph exactly, but pain armed with knowledge. She had waited for this moment. Not because it would save everything, perhaps not even because it would save anything, but because for one morning, at least, she could stop the machines at the gate. You knew, he said. I grew up in that farmhouse while my father read every document by lamplight, because he didn't trust banks to explain the small print that ruined people. Her voice softened, but only at the edges. He said someday someone would come for the land with clean shoes and a beautiful plan. He wanted that person to know Willowbend before they changed it. Alexander glanced at his shoes before he could stop himself. They were polished black leather, already dusted at the soles. Grace noticed. For some reason, that irritated him more than the clause. This is a delay, he said. Not a victory, I know. The resort will still move forward. Maybe. There are ways to challenge this, then challenge it. Her eyes held his. But until a judge says otherwise, no surveyor crosses this gate, no flags in my pasture, no strangers measuring my mother's garden like it's empty space. Alexander folded the papers slowly. He had built his life on leverage. He knew the weight of timing, pressure, perception. He also knew when a battle at the wrong moment cost more than waiting. If he forced access today and lost in local court, he would become exactly what Briar Creek already believed him to be, a billionaire trampling a dead man's last wishes. That kind of story spread faster in a small town than fire in dry hay. He turned to the survey crew. "Pack up." The surveyor stared. "Sir?" I said, "Pack up. We'll reschedule." The man looked as if he wanted to argue, then saw Alexander's face and thought better of it. Truck doors slammed. Equipment rattled. Engines started with reluctant growls. Grace stood very still, as if she did not trust relief enough to show it. Alexander slid the papers back through the gate. "My legal team will review this immediately." I expected they would. "And if the clause is enforceable," he said, each word measured, "then I'll comply in the most efficient way possible." Something changed in her expression. A flicker, surprise perhaps, or alarm. "You'll comply? If 90 days on the property are required, then I'll reside on the property for 90 days. Grace's hand tightened on the gate. For the first time since he arrived, she seemed to lose her answer. Alexander should have felt satisfaction. Instead, standing beneath that enormous Montana sky, with the old farmhouse watching from beyond the trees and Grace guarding it like the last flame in a storm, he felt something far more inconvenient, curiosity, and beneath it, faint but undeniable, unease, because Grace had not merely delayed his project, she had changed the terms of the battlefield. In Chicago he knew how to win, in conference rooms, across polished tables, under glass and steel. Alexander Reed understood every weapon, but Willowbend was not Chicago. Willowbend had mud, memory, neighbors, weather, animals, grief, and a woman at the gate who knew every clause better than his lawyers. He buttoned his coat against the wind. "Where exactly am I supposed to live?" Grace's eyes moved toward the farmhouse, then back to him. A strange silence passed between them, one filled with everything neither of them wanted. Proximity, inconvenience, history, and the beginning of a war neither could fight from a distance. Then Grace lifted the handwritten amendment one last time, the faded ink trembling slightly in her hand, and said, "According to my father, Mr. Reed, if you want the right to change Willowbend, you have to live here first, 90 days under this roof on this land, before a single full transfer right becomes yours. By sunset." Alexander Reed had learned that an old legal clause could be more merciless than any hostile boardroom. His luggage arrived in 3 black cases carried by a driver who looked as offended by the mud as Alexander felt. The farmhouse stood in the amber light, with its white paint and deep porch shadows, not welcoming him exactly, but enduring him, the way an old woman might endure a rude guest, because manners mattered more than opinion. Grace did not offer him the house. She crossed the yard with a ring of keys in her hand and a faded denim jacket pulled tight around her shoulders. Her hair was tied back, but loose strands had escaped around her face, catching the last of the light. She walked with the efficient pace of someone who had no time to enjoy victory. "This way," she said. Alexander followed her past the main house, past a water trough filmed with thin ice at the edges, past a weathered barn whose red paint had surrendered long ago to wind and sun. The earth sucked at his Italian shoes. Somewhere nearby, a horse snorted with suspicion. "Where are we going?" "To your room." "My room is not in the house." Grace gave him a glance over her shoulder. "The amendment says you live on the land. It doesn't say you get my mother's bedroom." It was the first time she had said anything about her mother since he arrived. The words were simple, even cold, but something in them shut a door before he could see what was behind it. They stopped beside a low building attached to the tack shed. A narrow outside staircase climbed up to a room above it, the wooden steps darkened by age and weather. Grace unlocked the door at the top and pushed it open. Alexander stepped inside and stood very still. The room was clean. That was the best thing to be said for it. Clean, narrow, and brutally honest. A small iron bed stood beneath a slanted ceiling. A braided rug covered part of the floorboards. There was a dresser with one drawer that didn't close all the way, a lamp with a yellow shade, and a window overlooking the pasture. The scent of leather, hay dust, and old rain rose faintly from below. Grace placed the keys on the dresser. There's heat, but it complains. Bathroom is downstairs through the side door. Hot water works unless the pipes freeze, which they might because the insulation is older than both of us. Don't use too much power at once unless you want to trip the breaker. If you hear scratching, it's probably mice. If it's bigger than mice, don't scream. Alexander turned to her. This is where you expect me to live for 90 days? No, Grace said. This is where my father expected men like you to discover whether land is something you own or something you can survive. There it was again. A father present in every fence post and clause, every act of defiance. Alexander glanced out the window. The fields rolled away into the blue-grey distance. At the edge of the pasture, the mountains looked less like scenery and more like judgment. His driver coughed at the foot of the stairs, holding the largest suitcase. Grace looked down. You can leave those there, mister. Reed can carry his own things. The driver's eyes widened. Alexander's jaw tightened. In Chicago, a dozen people arranged his life so seamlessly that inconvenience rarely had the chance to touch him. Here, inconvenience stood in work boots and watched him expectantly. Leave them, Alexander said. The driver obeyed with visible relief, and within minutes the car disappeared down the gravel road, taillights swallowed by evening. For the first time since the signed acquisition documents had crossed his desk, Alexander stood on Willowbend Farm, without an entourage, without a skyline, without the comforting hum of systems built to obey him. Grace started down the stairs. What time does the day begin? He asked. She paused. For you, for the farm. A faint curve touched her mouth. Not quite a smile. 5 in the morning? No, Mr. Reed, 5 in the afternoon. The cows prefer brunch. Then she was gone, crossing the yard toward the farmhouse while he stood above the tack shed with 3 suitcases. One wounded ego, and 90 days stretching before him like a sentence. At 4:58 the next morning, the farm announced itself without mercy. First came the rooster, not a quaint storybook call, but a ragged, furious declaration directly beneath Alexander's skull. Then came the cold, which had crept through the guest room during the night and settled into his bones. The heater had not so much heated as muttered in its sleep. He opened his eyes to darkness, confusion, and the realization that his phone alarm would not sound another hour. A knock hit the door. Up, Grace called from outside. Alexander pulled the blanket over his head. The door opened. He sat up sharply. Do you knock for decoration? Grace stood in the doorway, holding a metal travel mug. She had no makeup on, her face pale with early light, but her eyes were already awake. You didn't answer. I was asleep. That was the problem. She set the mug on the dresser, coffee black. Don't ask for oat milk. He looked at her as if she had offered him a dare. You're enjoying this. No, she said. Enjoying it would require me to have time. By 5:20, Alexander was standing in the barn, wearing a cashmere sweater beneath a borrowed canvas coat that smelled faintly of horse and smoke. Grace handed him a pair of gloves and pointed at a stall. Pitchfork, wheelbarrow, dirty bedding out, clean bedding in. He stared into the stall. The horse inside stared back with large, liquid eyes, and the moral superiority of a creature who had never ended an investor call. I thought I was here to satisfy legal residency, not join the staff. Grace leaned one arm on the stall door. If you live here and don't help, you're in the way. If you're in the way, things break. If things break, animals suffer. If animals suffer, I become unpleasant. You're implying this is your pleasant version. This time she did smile, briefly and dangerously. You'll know the difference." He discovered quickly that wealth did not translate into usefulness. His first attempt at mucking out a stall resulted in more bedding on his coat than in the wheelbarrow. He stepped backward into a bucket, startled a chicken, and nearly lost his balance in a manner that would have delighted every tabloid editor in America. Grace did not laugh. That somehow made it worse. She corrected his grip, his stance, the angle of the pitchfork. Her hands were quick, call-used confident. She wasted no movement. He noticed that about her before he wanted to. Grace Wilson worked as if her body had memorized devotion. At 7, a pipe burst near the wash area. Water sprayed from a rusted joint, striking Alexander across the chest before he understood what had happened. He cursed, lunged for the pipe, and only made the spray worse. Grace ran in with a wrench, dropped to one knee, and snapped, "Behind you, turn it right." He turned left. "Your other right. I run companies." "Congratulations, turn the valve." The water stopped after one final insulting sputter. Alexander stood soaked from collar to waist, hair dripping into his eyes. Grace wiped her cheek with her sleeve and looked at him. For one suspended second, humor softened her face. Then she ruined it by saying, "You may want to update your resume. Plumbing is not your strength." By mid-morning, the whole town seemed to know. At Miller's Supply, where Grace took him to buy pipe fittings, 3 men near the counter fell silent. The moment Alexander walked in, the bell above the door had barely stopped ringing before their eyes moved from his coat to his watch to his shoes. Caleb Hart stood near a stack of feed bags, arms crossed, broad-shouldered, sun-browned, and quiet in the way of men who preferred horses to strangers. He looked Alexander over, as if estimating how much trouble one man could cause per acre. "Grace," Caleb said, voice softening only for her. "Caleb, you need help with the north fence later. I've got it." Caleb's gaze shifted to Alexander. With him, Alexander slipped his hands into his coat pockets. "I'm standing right here." Noticed. Grace picked up a coil of hose and set it on the counter. "He's learning." Caleb's mouth tightened. "That's what they call it when a man buys your land and makes you teach him how not to destroy it." The store went still. Alexander felt the old instinct rise in him, sharp and cold. He could have answered with numbers. The unpaid notes, the liens, the purchase agreement, the fact that money had changed hands through lawful channels. He could have reminded everyone in that store that emotion did not cancel contracts. But he looked at Grace first. She had gone very still, not weak, not embarrassed, still in the way a person became when too many people touched a bruise. So Alexander said only, "I don't intend to destroy anything today." Caleb's expression did not soften. "That's a low bar." "Yes," Alexander said. "I'm starting there." Grace glanced at him then, quick and unreadable. Outside, as they loaded supplies into the truck, she said, "You don't have to perform humility for them." "I wasn't." "Then what was that?" Alexander placed the pipe fittings carefully in the truck bed. "Restraint." Grace studied him for a moment. "Must be painful. You have no idea." The day stretched. Fences did not respect schedules. Horses did not care about net worth. Mud accepted all men equally and ruined expensive fabric without class prejudice. Alexander learned to hold wire while Grace hammered staples into a leaning post. He learned that old wood could splinter even through gloves. He learned that when a horse named Juniper refused to be saddled, no acquisition strategy on earth could persuade her otherwise. "She senses arrogance," Grace said as Juniper sidestepped neatly away from him for the 4th time. "She's a horse. She has standards." Alexander stood in the corral, lead rope in hand, humiliation warming his neck. Juniper flicked her tail. Grace came up beside him and took the rope, her shoulder brushing his arm. The contact was brief, accidental, and utterly unreasonable in its effect. "Don't grab," she said, voice lower now. "Ask. Animals know the difference." He looked at her hands, then at the horse. "And if she says no, then you wait until she believes you're worth trusting." The sentence landed somewhere it had not been aimed. Grace did not seem to notice. She stroked Juniper's neck and murmured to her, a sound too gentle to match the woman who had threatened him with plumbing and legal clauses. The horse settled. The wind moved across the pasture, lifting the ends of Grace's hair. Alexander found himself thinking of his mother's marble foyer in Chicago, of rooms professionally warmed and emotionally cold, of dinners where affection was scheduled between obligations. Eleanor Reed loved him, he knew that, but her love had always worn gloves. It corrected posture, edited statements, measured choices by how they would reflect on the family name. No one had ever taught him how to ask a horse for trust. No one had asked him for his either. That afternoon, Grace became less his opponent than the axis around which the farm turned. A neighbor stopped by with jars of preserved peaches because Grace hadn't been eating right. A young mother arrived to borrow the old truck because her own wouldn't start, and Grace handed over the keys with only a warning about the clutch. Mr. Miller sent extra nails without charging. A boy from down the road came to ask whether she could look at his calf's swollen leg. Every time, Grace said she didn't have time. Every time she helped anyway. Alexander watched from the edges of these exchanges, slowly understanding that Willowbend was not merely property. It was a small, stubborn planet, and Grace was its gravity. People came to her because she had been there when fences fell, when calves were born, when engines failed, when grief arrived without warning. They trusted her not because she owned the land now, she didn't, but because belonging had never depended on paperwork. By evening, exhaustion had settled into Alexander's muscles with a deep, unfamiliar ache. He sat on the tack shed steps, wrists sore, palms stinging. As Grace carried feed buckets to cross, she moved slower now, only slightly, but he noticed. "You should rest," he said. She didn't stop. "You should learn faster. I'm serious." "So am I." He rose and took one of the buckets from her before she could refuse. It was heavier than expected, of course. Everything here was heavier than expected. Grace looked at his hand on the handle. "Careful. If the town sees you being useful, they may panic." "I'll deny it." For a moment, under the purple wash of evening, something almost peaceful opened between them. Not friendship, not forgiveness, something thinner, more dangerous a thread. Then her phone rang. Grace checked the screen, and whatever softness had been there vanished. She turned away before answering. Alexander did not intend to listen, but the yard was quiet, and her voice, though low, carried enough. "I told you I mailed the payment." A pause. "No, that's not what the agreement said." Another pause, longer. Her shoulders tightened. "Mr. Roth's office assured me there would be time." Edmund Roth, the name registered. Alexander knew him as a discreet power broker, an old associate of his family, the kind of man who appeared in private clubs and charitable boards with the same polished smile. Edmund had encouraged the Willowbend project strongly. He had called it clean land with emotional complications. Alexander remembered the phrase now with sudden distaste. Grace ended the call and stood still for several seconds. "What was that?" he asked. "Nothing that concerns you. If it involves Willowbend." "It doesn't," she said too quickly. Then she walked away. The next 2 days unfolded in bruises, blisters, and reluctant routine. Alexander rose before dawn. Grace corrected him before breakfast. He failed at tasks he once would have considered beneath notice, and succeeded at others only after enough repetition to make pride useless. He learned which gate stuck, which cow kicked, which boards on the porch were soft, and where Grace kept the emergency flashlight batteries. The townspeople remained unconvinced. At the diner, conversations lowered when he entered. At the feed store, Caleb watched him like a loaded rifle. Even Nora Blake, the town attorney Grace seemed to trust, greeted him with a polite caution that said she had read enough contracts to know money rarely arrived without teeth. Yet something shifted, not trust, not acceptance, but observation. They saw him with hay in his hair. They saw him bleeding from a scraped knuckle, holding a fence board while Grace nailed it in place. They saw him carry bags of feed without being asked. Suspicion did not disappear, but it had to make room for confusion. Grace noticed too, though she pretended not to. On the fourth night, the storm came. It rolled down from the mountains after midnight, first as a low pressure in the air, then as wind clawing at the eaves. Rain struck the roof above Alexander's room, with such force that he woke thinking the sky had split. For a moment he lay in the dark, disoriented, the tack shed creaking beneath him like an old ship. Then came a sound from outside, not thunder, not wind, a sharp, metallic bang. Alexander sat up. Another crash followed, near the barn. He pulled on jeans, boots, and the borrowed coat, grabbed a flashlight, and ran down the slick stairs into the storm. Rain hit him sideways. The yard was a blur of silver lines and black shapes. The barn door had blown half open and was slamming against its track, the sound violent enough to spook every animal inside. He fought the wind to drag it shut, boots skidding in the mud, and managed to force the latch into place. That was when he saw the light, a thin golden line beneath the smaller side door. Grace was in the barn. He opened it carefully. Warm animal breath, hay, and the tremor of frightened horses met him. The lantern near the center aisle burned low. At first he did not see her. Then a small movement in the last stall drew his eyes. Grace sat on an overturned feed bucket beside Juniper's stall, her shoulders folded inward, one hand pressed against her mouth, as if she could hold herself together by force. In her other hand was a paper, rain-speckled at the edges, creased hard enough to tear. She looked up when he stepped closer. Her face changed instantly. She turned away, wiping at her cheeks with the heel of her hand. "You shouldn't be here. The barn door was loose. I handled it." "No," he said quietly. "You didn't." The words might have sounded cruel in daylight. In the storm, they sounded like concern. Grace stood too quickly, but the paper slipped from her fingers and fell near Alexander's boot. He bent before she could stop him. "Don't," she said. But he had already seen the heading notice of eviction. Not for Willowbend Farm, not for acreage, not for development parcels, not for the business assets tangled in the sale. The name printed beneath the legal language was Grace Wilson. The address was the farmhouse, her family home. Alexander stared at it as thunder shook the rafters. For one suspended moment, all the contracts he had signed, all the profit projections, all the clean explanations given by men in tailored suits turned to ash in his mind. Grace reached for the paper, but her hand trembled. "That has nothing to do with you," she whispered. Alexander looked from the notice to her wet, devastated face. The woman who had faced him at the gate like a storm herself was standing in an old barn at midnight, crying where only the horses were supposed to witness it. And for the first time since he had bought Willowbend, Alexander understood with sickening clarity that he had not purchased empty land. He had stepped into a trap already closing around her. Outside, the storm roared harder, but inside the barn, the silence between them was worse. "Grace," he said, his voice low, almost unrecognizable. "Who is trying to take your house?" For a long time, Grace did not answer. Rain hammered against the barn roof, as if the whole Montana sky had decided to come down at once. The horses shifted uneasily in their stalls, their warm breath clouding the cold air, their hooves knocking softly against straw. A lantern swung from a beam above them, throwing thin gold over Alexander's face, and the foreclosure notice between them. Grace looked as if she had been struck somewhere no one could see. Alexander had watched powerful men lose fortunes without blinking. He had seen boardrooms collapse into panic, investors threaten lawsuits, old partners turn cold with betrayal. But he had never seen loss look like this. A young woman in muddy boots, soaked to the bone, gripping a paper as if it were a blade pressed to her chest. "It was my father's loan," she said at last. Her voice was quiet enough that the storm nearly swallowed it. Alexander did not move. A private loan? Grace gave a small, bitter laugh, though nothing about her face was amused. That sounds cleaner than it was. She folded the notice once, slowly, carefully, like she was trying to make the disaster smaller with her hands. My mother got sick before I turned 19. Insurance covered some of it, not enough. Then the herd got hit with disease. Then a bad winter took what was left of our savings. She looked toward the barn doors where rain slid down in silver sheets. My father was proud. Too proud to ask neighbors. Too proud to let anyone in town know we were drowning. So he borrowed privately. From whom? Grace's jaw tightened. A financing group out of Billings. At least, that's what the paperwork said then. The loan was secured against the farmhouse separately from the acreage and operating assets. Alexander felt a coldness crawl through him that had nothing to do with the storm separately. That one word changed everything. Willowbend's land, barns, equipment, grazing rights. Those had been included in the sale that had brought him here. But the farmhouse, the original Wilson home, the place where Grace had been born, and where her parents' photographs still hung in the hallway, had been deliberately left in a different legal shadow. Why wasn't this disclosed during closing? Grace's eyes flashed up at him. There she was again, the woman with lightning in her spine. To you. Maybe because people like you don't ask what happens to the people after you sign. The words hit hard because they were unfair, and worse because they were not entirely wrong. Alexander drew in a breath. Grace, if there's an outstanding lien on the property connected to assets adjacent to my purchase, my legal team should have flagged it. Your legal team flagged what mattered to you. That's not what I meant, but it's what happened. The barn fell silent again, except for the breathing of animals and the relentless storm. Alexander looked at the paper in her hand. How much? Grace turned away. How much, Grace? She wiped at her cheek with the back of her wrist, angry at the tear more than the question. 182,000, with penalties, fees, and whatever poison they managed to bury in the fine print. Alexander almost answered too quickly. In his world, 182,000 was a dinner conversation, a rounding error, a number that vanished between wires before noon. But he had enough sense, just enough, to understand that in this barn, at midnight, that amount was not small. It was a grave. It was 20 years of work. It was the distance between Grace and the last room where her mother had sung while making peach jam. I'll pay it, he said. Grace went very still. The offer had left him with the clarity of instinct. There was no strategy behind it, no calculation. He saw a problem, and he possessed the immediate means to remove it. Simple, efficient, human, he thought. But Grace turned slowly, and the look in her eyes told him he had stepped on something sacred. No, Alexander frowned. You don't have to answer now. I just did. Grace, listen to me. This loan is separate from the development. If the house matters to you, then. If, her voice sharpened. If the house matters to me, he regretted it at once. That came out wrong. You don't get to stand here holding your billionaire checkbook like a white flag and expect me to be grateful. That's not what I'm doing, isn't it? She took one step toward him. You bought the land. Now you want to buy the guilt. Then, maybe tomorrow you'll buy my silence. And the day after that you'll buy my cooperation. And somewhere along the way you'll decide you bought me too. Alexander's expression hardened, not with anger alone, but with hurt he was too proud to show. You think that little of me? I think you're used to money-making people stop fighting. He had no answer, not one that would sound honest enough. Grace's fingers trembled around the folded notice. My father made that mistake. He thought taking money from the wrong people would save us. It didn't. It just taught me that debt has a way of wearing a kind face until it owns the floor under your feet. Alexander looked at her for a long moment. Beneath the lantern light, she seemed both fragile and unbreakable, a contradiction that unsettled him more than her anger ever had. I don't want to own more of you, he said quietly. I want to help, and I don't know how to accept help from the man planning to turn my childhood into spa suites. There it was, the line between them, clean and cruel. By morning the storm had washed the valley raw. Mist lay low over Willow Bend, caught in the hollows between pasture and fence line. The mountains beyond the fields rose blue and solemn under a pale sky. Rainwater dripped from the barn eaves. The earth smelled dark and alive. Everything looked newly made, and yet Grace moved through it, as if something had been taken from her during the night. Alexander had slept little. At dawn he stood on the porch of the ranch office, phone pressed to his ear, his jaw set. I want every document related to the Wilson farmhouse loan, he told his attorney in Chicago. Original lender, transfers, servicing agents, penalty structures, all of it, quietly. The attorney began to ask whether this affected resort scheduling. Alexander looked across the yard and saw Grace lifting a saddle onto a bay mare with practiced strength, her braid falling over one shoulder, her face closed to the world. Yes, he said. It affects everything. He ended the call before the man could ask more. A black SUV rolled into the yard just after 7, tires hissing through wet gravel. It was too sleek for Willow Bend, too polished, like a city shoe stepping into a church. The driver's door opened and Lydia Vale emerged wearing ivory wool, narrow boots and sunglasses despite the muted morning light. She looked around the farm the way one might assess an unfurnished hotel lobby. Alexander's shoulders tensed. Lydia removed her sunglasses and smiled. Well, the storm did us a favor. Everything looks dramatic. Very marketable. Grace, tightening a girth strap nearby, did not turn across the yard with a leather portfolio tucked under one arm. Alexander, I tried calling. Your assistant said, cell reception is tragic out here. It is, he said. That was one of the selling points. Lydia laughed lightly, then noticed Grace. Her smile changed, still polite, but edged with appraisal. Miss Wilson, I've heard so much about your attachment to the place. Grace straightened. And I've heard nothing about you, so we're uneven already. A flicker passed across Lydia's face. Alexander stepped in before the sparks caught. Lydia is the lead architect on the resort proposal. Conceptual architect, Lydia corrected smoothly. The actual build team comes later. Once we know which structures are worth preserving and which ones are merely. She looked toward the weathered barn, the sagging tool shed, the farmhouse with its wraparound porch and patched shutters, sentimental debris. The words landed with a physical force. Caleb Hart, who had just ridden in from the north fence line, pulled his horse to a stop. Even the hired hand unloading feed from the truck paused. Grace's face went pale first, then calm. That calm was worse than anger. Debris, she repeated. Lydia seemed to realize she had an audience, but not the weight of what she had done. I don't mean it cruelly. I'm speaking in terms of design value. Guests want authenticity, of course, but curated authenticity.
Weathered wood, heritage textures, local references, not actual decay.
Alexander's voice came low. Lydia. But Grace was already walking toward her. My father carved those porch rails himself. After my mother said, the house looked too plain. That barn beam you think is decorative decay was hauled by my grandfather with 2 mules in 1948. The tool shed roof leaks because last spring I had to choose between fixing it and saving a calf with pneumonia. Grace stopped close enough that Lydia took a small step back. You're standing in the middle of a life, not a mood board. For once, Lydia had no immediate answer. Alexander watched Grace, and something inside him shifted again, not dramatically, not like a revelation in a movie, but with the quiet permanence of a gate closing behind him. Last night. He had understood that she could lose the house this morning. He understood that people had been erasing her long before the bulldozers arrived. Grace turned to him. You wanted to know why this land matters. He did not trust himself to speak, so he nodded. Then get on a horse. Lydia blinked. Alexander has meetings. Alexander has boots, Grace said. He'll survive. 10 minutes later, the billionaire of Chicago finance was mounted stiffly on a patient chestnut gelding named Jasper, looking as if he were negotiating with gravity and losing. Grace rode ahead on her bay mare, posture easy, one hand light on the reins. Caleb joined them without asking, his expression making it clear he expected Alexander to fall before the first ridge. The cattle were gathered in the lower pasture, restless after the storm. Grace explained only what was necessary. Stay behind the line, don't crowd them. Use your horse more than your voice. Watch the calves. Alexander listened with the fierce concentration he usually reserved for hostile acquisitions. This isn't scenery, she told him, as they moved through wet grass shining under the morning sun. It's timing, memory, work. That low field floods if you graze it too early. The ridge grass comes back slower after drought. The creek bends there, under the cottonwoods. Because my grandfather changed the irrigation by hand, every choice someone made is still living out here. Alexander followed her gaze. The land, which he had once seen as acreage, began to separate into meaning. Fence lines became labor. Water troughs became foresight. The old windmill, leaning but still turning, became stubbornness in metal form. Even the cattle, which had been little more than moving dots in his first inspection photos, became a responsibility with eyes and breath and fear. A calf broke from the group near a muddy dip. Grace reacted instantly. Left Alexander not too fast. Just block him. He turned Jasper too sharply. The horse tossed his head. Alexander cursed under his breath, corrected, and nearly lost a stirrup. Caleb laughed once, not kindly, but the calf stopped, confused, then turned back toward the herd. Grace glanced over her shoulder. Good. One word, ridiculously small. Yet Alexander felt it warm him more than praise from any board chair ever had. They rode for nearly 2 hours. Moving the herd toward higher pasture, the sun climbed, mist burned away. Mud splashed Alexander's jeans, his coat, once even his cheek. His back ached, his thighs protested, his hands soft from pens and keyboards, began to understand rope and leather. At the ridge, Grace finally halted. Below them, Willow Bend opened in full, the farmhouse tucked among cottonwoods, the barn red against the fields, cattle moving like dark water through grass, mountains standing guard beyond everything. It was not grand in the way Alexander's world used the word. It did not glitter. It did not announce itself. It endured. Grace sat quietly beside him. My mother used to say land remembers what people try to forget. Alexander looked at her profile, the wind-chapped skin, the tired eyes, the pride she wore like armor, because no one had left her anything softer. I'm beginning to think she was right, he said. Grace did not look at him, but her fingers loosened slightly on the reins. For a moment, the war between them did not disappear, but it grew tired. The silence was no longer empty. It held the creek below, the cattle breathing, the cry of a hawk crossing the pale sky. Alexander thought of the loan notice folded somewhere in Grace's pocket, the foreclosure date marching toward them. He thought of Lydia's glossy renderings, of investors waiting for signatures, of his mother's voice reminding him that sentiment was the most expensive weakness a reed could indulge. Then he thought of Grace in the barn, saying debt had a way of wearing a kind face. He understood then that if he paid the loan without earning her trust, it would not be rescue. It would be another invasion. When they returned near noon, Lydia was standing by the ranch office on her phone. Speaking in a low voice, she ended the call as they rode in, her smile returning too quickly. You survived, she said to Alexander. Barely, Caleb muttered. Grace dismounted and led her mare toward the trough. Alexander followed more slowly, his body protesting every movement. Lydia's eyes traveled over his mud-splattered clothes with faint disapproval. We need to review the East Meadow footprint, she said. The investors want visual continuity from the spa pavilion to the guest villas. Grace's hand stilled on the saddle, Alexander noticed. Not today, he said. Lydia stared. Xander, the timeline. Can wait. It really can't. He met her eyes. It will. Something hardened in Lydia's expression. Gone almost as soon as it appeared. But Grace saw it. She had spent her life reading weather, animals, men who came with paperwork. She knew the look of someone recalculating. The afternoon passed under a strange, brittle peace. Alexander took calls in the office, shorter than usual, more impatient. Caleb repaired a section of fence by the creek. Grace worked in the barn, then in the kitchen, moving through tasks, because stopping meant thinking about the house, the loan, the impossible offer still lying between her and Alexander like a loaded gun. Near sunset, she carried clean towels upstairs to the linen closet. The farmhouse was quiet. Golden lights stretched across the hallway walls, touching framed photographs of Wilsons long gone. Her parents dancing at a county fair, her grandfather beside a tractor, Grace at 7 with missing front teeth and a lamb in her arms. Then she heard it, a soft click. Not the creak of old wood, not a settling pipe, a phone camera. Grace froze. Another click came from her parents' bedroom. Slowly, she set the towels down. The door was half open. Through the narrow gap, she saw Lydia Vale standing inside the room where Grace had not allowed even Alexander to enter. Lydia was photographing everything: the iron bed, the quilt her mother had sewn, the dresser with the silver-backed brush, the wall of family pictures, the small cracked ceramic angel on the windowsill. Grace's breath stopped. Lydia angled her phone toward the closet, then toward the old cedar chest at the foot of the bed. Her thumb moved quickly over the screen. Grace stepped closer, silent on the worn runner rug. The phone's display lit bright in Lydia's hand. A message thread was open. Several images had already been sent. Beneath them, the recipient's name was saved only as 2 initials. E.R. Grace stood in the hallway, cold spreading through her chest. Then Lydia typed one more line beneath the photos. Interior confirms emotional leverage. Farmhouse may be useful. And before Grace could move, before she could breathe, before she could decide whether to scream or run straight to Alexander, Lydia pressed send. Grace did not scream. For a moment, that felt like the most unnatural thing in the world. The sound was there, lodged behind her ribs, sharp enough to cut her open. But the hallway outside her parents' room remained quiet, except for the faint, ordinary hum of the farmhouse. Old pipes settling, wind pressing against the eaves, a loose window pane ticking softly in its frame. Lydia Vale turned, her face changed only by a fraction, not guilt, not fear. Annoyance, as if Grace had interrupted. "What are you doing in here?" Grace asked. Her voice was low, too low. It frightened her more than shouting would have. Lydia slipped the phone into the pocket of her tailored coat. With the practiced calm of a woman who had never needed to apologize to anyone who mattered. "I was documenting existing interiors for adaptive design possibilities. This room is not part of your design possibilities. The house is part of the property." Grace stepped into the room, and the scent hit her the way it always did. Cedar, lavender sachets gone faint with age, dust warmed by sun through thin curtains. Her mother's room, her father's side of the bed, still empty in that particular way emptiness had after love left it behind. "No," Grace said. "This room is not part of anything you touch." Lydia looked around once, almost lazily, at the quilt, the framed photograph from her parents' 25th anniversary, the little ceramic angel with one wing broken. Sentiment is exactly why this place has potential. People pay for authenticity now. They pay quite a lot. Grace felt something in her chest go still. "Get out." The mouth tightened, for a second thinned. "You should be careful, Grace. Fighting every person trying to help you can become a habit. You are not helping me." "No," Lydia said, walking toward the door. "I'm helping Alexander. There's a difference." She brushed past Grace with the faint scent of expensive perfume and cold city rain, leaving behind a room that suddenly felt violated, as if muddy boots had crossed the bedspread. Grace stood there long after Lydia's footsteps disappeared down the stairs. Her hands trembled only when she reached for the cedar chest. She sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her palms to the quilt her mother had sewn during the winter Grace turned 12, when snow had buried the fences and her father had carried hay to the cattle twice a day with frost in his beard. Interior confirms emotional leverage. Farmhouse may be useful. The words were not just cruel, they were calculated, and the initials on the screen, E.D.A., stayed with her like a bruise. Edmund Roth, Eleanor Reed, some other invisible hand with power enough to make Lydia brave. Grace did not know which possibility scared her more. By the time Alexander returned from a conference call in the barn office, the sky had lowered into a bruised purple dusk. He found Grace in the kitchen, standing at the sink though there were no dishes in her hands. The kettle whistled behind her, ignored until its shrill cry filled the whole room. He crossed the floor quickly and turned off the stove. "Grace?" She did not look at him. "Your project manager was in my parents' room." The change in him was small but real. His shoulders went rigid under his white dress shirt, sleeves rolled to the forearms, city clothes made strange by the dust at his cuffs. "What?" She was taking pictures, sending them. Grace turned then. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, but with a hurt that had hardened before it could fall. She called it emotional leverage. Alexander's expression closed, not against her but inward, like a man discovering a fault line beneath a house he had already bought. Who was she sending them to? I saw initials. E.D.A. Silence moved between them. Alexander did not say what she expected, did not defend Lydia. He did not soften it with corporate language. He only reached slowly into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "I'll handle it." Grace let out a short, humorless breath. "That's what men like you always say right before someone like me loses something else." He looked up. The words landed. She saw them land. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he did not push it back at her. "You're right not to trust me," he said quietly. "But I'm going to find out who gave that order. Were you part of it?" "No." The answer came too quickly to be polished, too bare to be useful. Grace wanted to believe him. That was the terrible thing. A week ago she would have thrown his answer back in his face. Now she remembered him, carrying feed awkwardly in his expensive boots, remembered him standing in the rain, while Caleb showed him how to close the lower pasture gate, remembered the way he had looked at the photograph of her father and said nothing because silence had been kinder. Wanting to believe him felt like standing too close to a fire. Alexander made 3 calls that night. The first was to Lydia, whose voice Grace could not hear from the kitchen doorway, but whose polished deflection seemed to sharpen Alexander's face. By degrees, he asked. For her site files, all of them. He asked who had authorized interior documentation of restricted personal rooms. He asked why she had contacted anyone outside the official development chain. At the end, his tone dropped so low Grace caught only one sentence. "If you lie to me again, I will not protect you because you work for me." The second call was to his Chicago office, where some poor legal associate was apparently awakened and given, until morning, to pull all communications tied to Willowbend's interior planning, photography, heritage branding, and third-party strategy. The third call was shorter. Alexander stood by the back door looking out over the dark fields, the phone pressed to his ear, his reflection caught in the glass beside, the shadow of the land he wanted to change. "Mother," he said, "did you receive any images from Willowbend today?" Grace went very still. Whatever Eleanor Reed answered, it did not satisfy him. "No," Alexander said, colder now. "I'm asking if you received them." A pause. Then, "Because someone walked into a private room in this house and photographed a dead woman's things." He listened, his jaw tightened. "That is not the point." Another silence. When he hung up, he did not turn immediately. Grace watched his back, broad and tense, outlined by the yellow kitchen light. For the first time, He looked less like a man in control of everything, and more like a man discovering the cost of control too late. She says she didn't request anything, he said. Do you believe her? Alexander's hand remained on the doorframe. I believe my mother never says more than she has to. That was not an answer, but it was honest enough to make Grace afraid. The next morning before sunrise, Grace found him already in the kitchen. He had made coffee, or tried to. The pot looked strong enough to strip paint, and Alexander stood over it with the grave concentration of a surgeon. Grace stopped in the doorway. Did the coffee insult you? He looked at the pot, then at her. I followed the instructions. There are no instructions. It's coffee. There was a scoop. That scoop is for oats. He stared at her for one long second. Then, Grace laughed. It escaped before she could stop it. Small at first, then fuller, surprising both of them. It warmed the cold kitchen, bounced off the chipped cabinets. Startled a smile out of Alexander, guarded that Grace had to look away. Outside, the world was still blue with pre-dawn. Frost silvered the porch rails. The fields lay quiet under a thin veil of mist, and the mountains waited in the distance like old witnesses. Grace took the pot from him, dumped the disaster, and started again. You don't have staff for this, she asked. In Chicago, yes. And here? Here I have a woman who thinks coffee is a moral test. It is. He leaned one hip against the counter, watching her measure grounds with an ease born from thousands of ordinary mornings. Then I've failed. You're improving. Yesterday you tried to open the feed bin from the hinge side. It looked like the handle. It was a bolt. It was dark. It was noon. His smile came again, quieter this time. They drank coffee on the porch as the first line of sunlight touched the far ridge. Neither mentioned Lydia. Neither mentioned Eleanor. For 10 minutes, there was only steam rising between their hands and the smell of damp earth waking. Alexander had spent years buying mornings like this. Without ever understanding, he had not owned them. Penthouse terraces above Lake Michigan. Private resorts where breakfast appeared under silver lids. Hotel balconies in cities whose names blurred together between market openings and closing bells. But no morning had ever asked nothing from him. This one did. It simply existed. And because Grace stood beside him in an old sweater with her hair loosely braided over one shoulder, because the farm dogs nosed at his boots as if his net worth meant nothing to them, because the land breathed slowly under a paling sky, Alexander felt something crunch inside him. He did not recognize it as peace. Not yet. By 7, that peace had turned into labor. A cottonwood had dropped a heavy branch across the south fence during the night, and 3 rails lay broken where the lower pasture met Caleb Hart's boundary line. Grace handed Alexander work gloves, a hammer, fencing staples, and a look that said wealth would not help him here. You know, he said, examining the splintered posts, I can have a crew out here by afternoon. The cattle won't wait for your crew. They might if I explained the procurement process. Grace gave him a flat look. Right, he said. Hammer. Caleb arrived 20 minutes later in his battered truck, took in Alexander holding a rail upside down, and muttered, City miracle, he's vertical. Alexander glanced at Grace. Is this how neighbors express affection? No, Caleb said. This is me being polite. The work was slow and rough. Grace showed Alexander how to brace the rail with his knee, how to angle the staple so it bit into the wood, how to check tension by feel instead of appearance. His first attempts were clumsy. His palms reddened. His shirt stuck to his back. Mud sucked at his boots with humiliating enthusiasm. At one point he swung the hammer too hard, missed the staple, and sent the rail lurching sideways. Grace grabbed it, but her boot slipped. Alexander reached for her. Caleb reached for the rail. All 3 lost the argument with gravity. Grace landed first in the mud. Alexander landed beside her. The rail landed across his legs. For one breathless second, nobody moved. Grace looked at Alexander Reed, billionaire, resort developer, destroyer of Willowbend, lying in Montana mud with a smear across his cheek and an expression of stunned betrayal toward the universe. She laughed so hard she had to cover her mouth. Caleb snorted. Well, that improved my morning. Alexander blinked at the sky. I'm beginning to understand why people outsource. Grace extended a muddy hand to him. Come on, Chicago. Their palms met, slick with mud and warmth, and for a second the joke faded. His fingers closed around hers carefully, as if he knew strength was not the same as force. Grace pulled, he rose. They stood too close. The pasture smelled of wet grass and cattle and broken wood. Caleb turned away with a sudden deep interest in the fence line. Grace released Alexander first, but the shape of his hand remained in hers long after they went back to work. By mid-morning, a calf from the neighbor's leased herd had slipped through the broken section and gotten tangled near the creek bed. Its hind leg caught in loose wire. The sound it made was thin and panicked, and Grace was moving before Alexander even understood what had happened. Stay back, she warned. If she thrashes, she can hurt you. But when the calf kicked again, driving the wire deeper, Alexander dropped to his knees on the wet bank without hesitation. Tell me what to do. Grace looked at him once. Not at his watch, now smeared with mud. Not at the expensive fabric ruined at his knees. At him. Hold her head steady, gentle. Don't pin her too hard. He did as she said. The calf trembled against him, all frantic muscle and fear. Grace worked the wire loose with pliers, murmuring nonsense under her breath, the way her father used to do with frightened animals. You're all right, sweetheart. Just a minute, I know. Alexander held steady. Mud soaked through his trousers. The calf's breath warmed his wrist. Grace's shoulder brushed his as she leaned in, focused and fierce, and something in him gave way a little more. When the wire finally came free, the calf scrambled up, wobbled, then bolted toward the herd with offended dignity. Grace exhaled. She'll be fine. Alexander looked down at his hands, nicked and dirty. You do this every day, not exactly this, but some version of this. Grace wiped the pliers on her jeans. Things break. Animals get scared. Weather turns. You fix what you can before it gets worse. He looked at the fence, then at the farmhouse in the distance, then at Grace. That sounds less like farming and more like life. She smiled faintly. Took you long enough. By afternoon, Alexander's legal team had sent the first batch of records. He read them in the barn office with the door half open, while Grace stacked feed sacks nearby and pretended not to notice the way his expression darkened line by line. There were message logs, calendar invites, a deleted folder restored by someone in Chicago who apparently feared Alexander more than they respected. Lydia, no direct proof yet, but enough to show Lydia had been communicating with an outside consultant, not listed on the Reed development team. Enough to show the phrase heritage conversion strategy had appeared weeks before Alexander had first slept under Willowbend's roof. Enough to show someone had been planning to turn Grace's grief into a selling point. Alexander closed the laptop slowly. His phone buzzed. Eleanor Reed. He watched the name flash on the screen, then answered. Grace did not hear the whole conversation. She heard only fragments, each one clipped and cold. Yes, I'm still in Montana. No, the schedule has not changed. I understand the merger timeline. A pause. Then his voice hardened. My personal conduct is not a board matter. Grace's fingers tightened around the twine of a feed sack. Another pause. No, Alexander said. Grace Wilson is not a complication. Grace looked away too quickly. The barn seemed suddenly too small, too full of dust and sunlight and things neither of them was ready to say. That evening, after Caleb left and the repaired fence cast long shadows across the pasture, Alexander found Grace by the water trough. She was rinsing mud from her boots, hair escaping from her braid, sleeves pushed to her elbows. I owe you an apology, he said, for the fence, for buying this place without understanding what it was. The water ran clear over her boots, then brown again as she shifted. You understood the acreage, she said. I understood the survey, the zoning, the projected returns. I understood everything except the truth. Grace turned off the spigot. The quiet between them changed. It was no longer empty. It had weight now. "And what is the truth?" she asked. Alexander looked toward the house, where evening light rested gently on the porch, on the windows, on the room Lydia had entered like a thief. "That owning land doesn't mean it belongs to you." Grace swallowed, not enough to crowd her, only enough that she could see the tiredness around his eyes. The investigation, the calls, the labor, the sudden collision of his world with hers. It had all left marks. "I don't know where this leads yet," he said. "The project, Lydia, whoever is behind her, but I'm not ignoring it. I don't need promises. I know. I need proof. I know that too." His humility hurt more than arrogance would have. Arrogance was easy to fight. This made her want to lower the weapon she had carried. For so long she no longer knew where her hand ended and the blade began. Before she could answer, the sound of tires on gravel cut through the evening. Not Caleb's truck, not Nora's old Subaru, not any vehicle that belonged on Willowbend Farm. A black sedan slid up the drive with the smooth, predatory silence of money that had never hit a pothole by accident. Alexander turned. For the first time since Grace had known him, real alarm crossed his face. The driver's door opened first. Then the rear passenger door. Eleanor Reed stepped out as if the Montana dust had no permission to touch her. She was elegant in a pale coat, silver blonde hair pinned flawlessly, pearls at her throat, her face composed with the kind of beauty that had learned long ago to become a weapon. She looked at the farmhouse, the barn, the muddy yard, and finally at Grace, not curious, assessing. "Alexander," she said, "you weren't answering properly." His jaw tightened. "Mother, you should have called before coming." "I did. Several times. You seemed confused about your priorities." Grace felt Alexander shift beside her, but Eleanor's eyes had already moved fully to her. "So this is Grace Wilson." Grace wiped her hands slowly on the towel hanging from the trough rail. She hated that she was muddy. Hated that Eleanor looked as if she had stepped out of a room where no one ever had to scrub anything clean. Hated most of all that a small, foolish part of her wanted Alexander to say something before the woman did. He did. "Grace is not part of whatever you came here to manage." Eleanor's smile was almost gentle. "That made it worse, my dear. Everything is part of what I came here to manage." She walked forward, stopping just close enough that Grace could smell her perfume. Soft, expensive, bloodless. "I know places like this feel very important to people who have so little else," Eleanor said. "And I imagine my son's attention has made these weeks seem meaningful to you." Alexander's voice cut in. Enough, but Eleanor did not look at him. Grace stood very still. "Women like you often mistake proximity for permanence," Eleanor continued, each word polished smooth before it struck. "You are part of the landscape right now, a charming hardship, a moral exercise, temporary scenery in the lives of men like Alexander." The yard went silent around them. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Grace felt the words enter her, not as surprise, but as confirmation of every fear she had tried not to name, that she was small, local, disposable. A chapter wealthy people passed through on their way to somewhere more important. Alexander stepped forward, fury breaking through his restraint, but Grace lifted one hand, not to protect Eleanor, not to stop him for Eleanor's sake, for her own. She looked at the woman who had arrived unannounced at her home, on her land, wearing certainty like a crown. Then Grace said nothing at all, and somehow in that silence, Willowbend felt less like property than it ever had. For the rest of that afternoon, Grace did not cry. She did not give Eleanor Reed the satisfaction of trembling. She did not give Alexander the burden of defending her in a way that would only make her look smaller. She simply turned back toward the barn, gathered the feed buckets with hands that knew their work, and moved through the chores as if no one had just sliced open the most private part of her heart. Dignity, her father used to say, was not the same as pride. Pride shouted. Dignity stayed standing, so Grace stayed standing. She fed the mares, checked the water troughs, counted the calves along the lower fence line, and walked past Alexander twice without looking at him. She heard his footsteps behind her once, then heard them stop. Maybe he understood, maybe he didn't. Either way, she could not bear his kindness right now. Kindness from him after his mother's words would feel too close to pity, and pity was the one thing she could not survive. By sunset, Eleanor's black car was still parked beside the farmhouse, sleek and foreign against the dust and the battered red gate. Grace watched it from the barn doorway while rubbing liniment into the old gelding's stiff knee. Inside the house, voices rose and fell, muted by walls and distance, but anger had a texture. Even without words, she could feel it pressing through the windows. Alexander had taken his mother inside. Grace had stayed outside. It was easier to breathe beneath the open sky, even when the sky itself looked bruised. In the kitchen, Alexander stood across from Eleanor, with his hands braced on the back of a chair, every polished instinct he had spent years perfecting stripped away. "You had no right," he said. Eleanor removed her gloves finger by finger, laying them on the table as if they were in a hotel suite, instead of a farmhouse that smelled faintly of coffee, flour, and old wood smoke. "I had every right to protect you from making a spectacle of yourself. She is not a spectacle." "No," Eleanor said coolly. "She is a problem, and you are behaving as if you cannot tell the difference." Alexander laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "You flew from Chicago to Montana to insult a woman on her own land. It is not her land anymore." The words struck him harder than they should have, because legally, technically, brutally, Eleanor was right. But that was the thing about people like them. They had always believed a signature could erase a lifetime. Alexander looked toward the window. From where he stood, he could see Grace crossing the yard with 2 empty buckets swinging from her hands. Her braid had come loose at the nape of her neck. Dust marked her jeans. She looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with work. "She belongs here more than I ever belonged in any room you put me in," he said quietly. Eleanor's face changed, not much, but enough. A mother recognized a wound even when she had helped shape it. "You had every room," she replied. "The best schools, the best suits. Your father made sure no door would ever close to you. Father made sure every door came with a number on it." "Alexander, no, don't." He pushed away from the chair. "Do you know what I remember most about him? Not vacations, not birthdays, not even the speeches everyone quotes at board dinners. I remember sitting outside his study with a report card in my hand while he negotiated a merger. I had straight A's. I was 12. He looked at it for maybe 3 seconds and asked whether I understood compound interest." Eleanor's mouth tightened. "I remember being 16 and winning that debate tournament. He told me confidence only mattered if it produced results. I remember him missing my graduation dinner because a stock position moved against him, and when he finally called, he didn't ask if I was happy. He asked if I had shaken hands with the right alumni. He was building something for you. He was measuring whether I was worth what he spent." Silence settled in the kitchen, heavy and old. For the first time since arriving, Eleanor looked less like a queen and more like a woman who had lived too long beside a cold throne. "You think I don't know what he was?" she asked, her voice lower. "You think I did not sit at tables where affection was treated like a weakness? You think I did not learn very early that softness became leverage?" Alexander's anger faltered, but only slightly. "Then why are you repeating it?" Her eyes sharpened again. "Because the world has not changed, simply because you are infatuated with a woman who mends fences. The Reed name is not a toy you can abandon. Because farm life has made you sentimental. Your father left you an empire. Investors trust you. Employees depend on you. Men like Edmund Roth are watching for hesitation. And now you are letting a local girl with debts and sad stories become the crack in the foundation. There it was. Not concern, not entirely. Fear. Fear dressed as command. Fear scented with perfume and money and legacy. Alexander looked at his mother and suddenly saw how perfectly the Reed family had trained itself to mistake control for love. Grace is not a crack, he said. She may be the first honest thing that has happened to me in years. Eleanor stood, her expression hardened because softness, for her, had always been dangerous. Honest things can still ruin you. No, Alexander said. Dishonest ones do for a moment. Neither of them moved. Then Eleanor picked up her gloves. I'll stay in town tonight, she said. We will speak again when you are less emotional. Alexander almost smiled at that. Less emotional. As if every cold decision in their family had not been powered by fear, grief, ambition, resentment, all of it buried under numbers until no one had to call it feeling. He walked her to the door because he had been raised to do so. Grace was near the porch steps when they came out, carrying a coil of rope. She stopped, not because she wanted to, but because politeness was stitched into her, even when people did not deserve it. Eleanor paused beside her. There were a dozen things a decent woman might have said. I was unkind. I spoke too harshly. You did not deserve that. But Eleanor Reed only looked at Grace the way one assessed weather before travel. Good evening, Miss Wilson. Grace met her eyes. Mrs. Reed, no tremor, no bowing, no apology for existing. After the car pulled away, leaving dust in its wake, Alexander turned to Grace. I'm sorry. The words were simple, and because they were simple, they almost broke her. Grace adjusted the rope in her arms. You didn't say it. No, but she came because of me. Grace looked past him toward the fields darkening under the evening. The land always changed color at this hour. Green turning silver, gold turning ash, everything beautiful and temporary. She said what people like her think, Grace said. Maybe she just had better manners than most until today. That isn't fair. She finally looked at him then, and the sadness in her eyes hit harder than accusation. Fair, she repeated softly. Alexander, you bought my farm. He had no answer that would not sound cruel. You're trying, she continued. I can see that. And I think maybe you're a better man than I wanted you to be. Her throat moved as she swallowed. But better doesn't mean we come from the same world. It doesn't mean your world won't chew me up if I stand too close. I won't let that happen. You may not be able to stop it. The rope slid slightly in her hands. He reached out by instinct to steady it, but she stepped back before his fingers touched hers. The space between them was barely a foot. It felt like a county line. The next few days became polite. Not cold exactly. Grace was not cruel. She still taught Alexander how to check the mineral blocks and how to read the sky before a storm rolled over the ridge. She still corrected his grip when he used the post hole digger wrong, though now she did it with words instead of placing her hands over his. She still set a plate for him at dinner, still passed the butter, still asked whether he had called the survey office. But something warm had been banked. Alexander noticed all the absences. Grace no longer lingered at the porch after supper. She no longer smiled before she remembered not to. When Bluebell nickered at him, and Grace laughed, she caught herself quickly, as if joy had become evidence that could be used against her. He wanted to tear down every invisible wall around her, but he was beginning to understand that some walls had been built from survival, and no amount of money could buy the right to demolish them. On Thursday morning, Nora Blake arrived in a dusty blue pickup with a folder under one arm and town gossip already sharpened in her eyes. The auction committee is expecting Willowbend's donation by tomorrow, she said, sitting at the kitchen table while Grace poured coffee. The McAllister benefit for the clinic roof? Grace nodded. Dad's saddle. Alexander looked up from the invoices he had been pretending to understand. The carved one in the tack room. My grandfather had it made, Grace said. Dad used it in the county rodeo before I was born. It's worth something to collectors. Nora's expression softened. Grace, you don't have to give that. Yes, I do. Alexander heard the firmness, but beneath it he heard the ache. Willowbend had already given too much of itself away piece by piece. Equipment sold, livestock reduced, acreage mortgaged, heirlooms priced under fluorescent bank lights by men who had never watched her father oil that saddle on Sunday afternoons. I'll cover the donation, Alexander said before he could stop himself. Keep the saddle. Grace's face closed immediately. Nora inhaled as if preparing for collision. Alexander realized his mistake a second too late. I didn't mean. I know what you meant, Grace said. That's usually the problem. The auction was held Saturday evening in the old Grange Hall, where strings of warm bulbs hung from rafters and every folding table carried something donated by someone who could not really afford to give it. Quilts, pies, handmade toys, baskets of preserves. Ranch tools polished for display, a weekend cabin stay from Caleb's cousin, and at the center of it all, Grace's saddle on a wooden stand, dark leather glowing under the lights. Alexander arrived with Grace because Nora had insisted it would look better for the farm if they presented a united front. Grace had almost refused. Then she had looked at the saddle, touched the worn place where her father's hand had always rested, and said she would not let shame keep her from honoring him. She wore a simple cream dress under her denim jacket, her hair loose over one shoulder. There was nothing expensive about her, nothing designed, nothing approved by committees of stylists or mothers with diamond bracelets. And still, when she stepped into the hall, people turned. Alexander saw it happen, not because she demanded attention, but because she carried a kind of quiet that made noise feel unnecessary. Caleb Hart stood near the refreshment table and narrowed his eyes when he saw Alexander at her side. But he handed Grace a cup of cider anyway. You okay? Caleb asked. Grace smiled. I'm here, Auntie. That wasn't my question. It's my answer. Alexander looked away, giving them the privacy of friendship, though something twisted in him at the ease between them. Caleb belonged here without trying. He knew which floorboard near the stage creaked, which old men exaggerated their cattle prices, which women would hug Grace too hard, and whisper questions she did not want to answer. Alexander knew bond yields, hostile takeovers, and the best way to calm a boardroom here. He was still learning where to stand. Lydia Vale arrived 20 minutes later in a wine-colored dress entirely unsuited to a town charity auction. Carrying elegance like a weapon, she kissed the air beside Alexander's cheek and smiled at Grace with flawless brightness. Grace, how generous of you to donate something so personal, Lydia said. Though I suppose when one is trying to preserve goodwill, sentimental pieces are very effective. Grace's fingers tightened around her cider cup. Alexander's voice cooled. Lydia. What? Lydia widened her eyes. I mean it as a compliment. The saddle is beautiful, authentic, like Grace was a design style, like her grief could be arranged on a mood board beside reclaimed wood and copper fixtures. Before Alexander could answer, the auctioneer called for attention. The hall settled into cheerful anticipation. Bids began small, then climbed. People who had known Grace all her life lifted their numbers, not because they needed a saddle, but because they understood what it cost her to let it go. When the bidding reached 3,000, Grace's breath caught. At 5,000, whispers began. At 8, only 2 bidders remained. An older rancher from Helena and a man in the back Alexander did not recognize, wearing a grey suit too smooth for the room. Then Lydia raised her paddle. 10,000, she called. A ripple passed through the hall. Grace turned sharply. Lydia smiled, not at the saddle, but at Alexander. The auctioneer blinked, then recovered. 10,000 from Miss Vell. Do I hear 11? The man in grey hesitated. Alexander understood suddenly. Too late, but clearly this was not generosity. This was staging. If Lydia, connected publicly to the Reed Resort project, bought Grace's family saddle for an extravagant price. The story would not be community support. It would become transaction, influence, payment, a poor local woman softened by billionaire money. Grace seemed to understand at the same moment. Color drained from her face. 11, the man in grey said. Lydia lifted her paddle again. The hall erupted in murmurs. Grace set her cup down slowly, her dignity held. But Alexander could see the humiliation moving under her skin like fire. He stepped forward. Withdraw the bid, Lydia. She turned, smile still intact. Why would I? It's for charity. Withdraw it. The room had gone quiet enough for everyone to hear. Lydia's gaze flicked toward the side door, where a woman Alexander now recognized as a freelance society photographer from Helena stood with her camera half raised, of course. Grace whispered, Alexander, don't. But he was already caught between two impossible choices. If he stopped Lydia publicly, he created a scene around Grace. If he stayed silent, Lydia's money would brand her. Then Grace did what he should have known she would do. She walked to the front of the room. The auctioneer stepped back, confused. Grace placed one hand on the saddle, fingers resting on the carved leather as if touching a pulse. My father rode this saddle for 22 years, she said. Her voice was steady, though not loud. He taught me to sit on it before my feet reached the stirrups. I donated it because the clinic patched him up more times than I can count, and because this town has carried me when I didn't know how to ask. No one moved. Her eyes passed over Lydia, then Alexander, then the room full of neighbors suddenly ashamed of their curiosity. But I won't let my father's memory become someone else's performance. So I'm withdrawing the saddle from auction. A stunned silence followed, then Caleb began clapping. One clap hard, defiant. Nora joined. Then Mrs. McAllister. Then half the hall. The applause rose unevenly, not polished, not grand, but real. Grace lifted the saddle herself, though Alexander saw how heavy it was. He moved to help, but Caleb got there first together. Caleb and Grace carried it toward the back room. Alexander stayed where he was, feeling the eyes of the town on him, and Lydia's satisfaction like poison in the air. Outside, he found beside the loading steps, breathing hard, one hand pressed to the saddle. I should have stopped it sooner, he said. She gave a small, exhausted laugh. You can't keep stopping your world from being what it is. Lydia isn't my world. Your mother is, your company is. The people who know how to turn a charity auction into a headline are. Grace looked at him then, and her eyes were wet but unbroken. I don't know how to live under that kind of attention, Alexander. I don't know how to be looked at by people who have already decided I'm either a burden or a strategy. You're not either. To you, maybe. To me, definitely. The words hung between them, too close to confession. For one reckless second, the noise from inside faded. The string lights behind him blurred. Grace's face softened in the shadow of the loading dock, and Alexander saw not surrender, but longing, the kind that frightened people because it did not ask permission. He reached for her hand. This time she did not step back immediately. His fingers closed around hers, warm and work-roughened, and the contact moved through him with the force of something remembered from a life he had never lived, but somehow missed. Grace looked down at their joined hands. Then a camera clicked. She pulled away as if burned. Across the gravel lot, the photographer lowered her camera and disappeared around the corner of the building. Alexander swore under his breath and started after her, but Grace stopped him. No, she said. Her voice had gone flat in that way that meant pain had outrun anger. Let it go. I can fix this. She looked at him, and the tenderness that had almost appeared between them vanished behind exhaustion. That's what scares me, she said. You always think you can. By morning, the whole town knew, not because anyone at the auction had needed to speak, not because gossip waited for permission, in a place where every porch light was a witness. It spread first through phones, then through screenshots, then through the sharp little gasps of people opening the Sunday local paper over coffee. Grace found out when she stepped onto the porch at dawn and saw Nora's truck coming too fast up the drive. The paper lay folded on the passenger seat when Nora got out, her face pale with fury. Grace did not ask, some part of her already knew. Nora handed it over carefully as if paper could cut there. Beneath a photograph of Grace and Alexander standing too close in the auction hall shadows was the headline printed in bold black letters, "Billionaire lover saves bankrupt farm girl." For a moment Grace heard nothing, not the hens scratching near the shed, not the wind moving through the cottonwoods, not Nora saying her name. She stared at the words until they stopped looking like words and became something dirtier, something thrown. Bankrupt farm girl. Not Grace Wilson. Not daughter, not neighbor, not the woman who had held Willowbend together with blistered hands and sleepless nights. Just a poor girl rescued by a rich man. Behind her, the farmhouse door opened. Alexander stepped out, still in yesterday's shirt, his face changing the instant he saw the paper in her hands. "Grace," he said. She looked up at him, and whatever fragile bridge had begun to form between them seemed to groan under the weight of all the eyes now turning toward Willowbend. Down the road, a truck slowed as it passed the gate. Then another. By noon, everyone would have read it. By nightfall, everyone would have an opinion. And overnight, Grace Wilson's private heartbreak had become the town's favorite story. By the time the sun climbed over the ridge, the road outside Willowbend had become busier than it had been in weeks. Grace had always known the sound of local engines, the way other people knew voices. Caleb's old Ford had a loose belt that whined when he slowed near the gate. Mrs. Donnelly's blue pickup coughed twice before shifting. The mail truck rattled like a tin box full of nails. Those sounds belonged to ordinary life, to neighborly visits, feed deliveries, borrowed tools, pies dropped off after funerals. But that morning, every engine seemed to slow for a different reason. Curiosity had a sound too. It crawled. Grace stood beside the porch with the newspaper folded so tightly in her fist that the print stained her palm. She had not cried. That was the first thing she noticed about herself. Her body had chosen coldness over tears, as if humiliation were a winter storm, and the only way to survive it was to go still. Alexander stood 3 steps away, close enough to reach her, wise enough not to. Nora had already taken the paper from Grace once, read the article with a lawyer's narrowing eyes, then handed it back as though returning something contaminated. The article had been cruel in the way polished things often were. It used soft words to cut deeply. It described Willowbend as a struggling rural property, rescued from collapse by visionary developer Alexander Reed. It called Grace, the former owner, long burdened by debt. It hinted at a personal bond between her and Alexander, suggesting that local opposition might soften now that hearts as well as investments were involved. It never lied outright. That made it worse. A lie could be denied. This was something slipperier, an arrangement of facts designed to make Grace look small and Alexander generous. Nora's voice was controlled, but anger moved beneath it. Someone fed them details. Grace heard the sentence, but her eyes remained on Alexander. He looked shaken, not embarrassed, not annoyed by inconvenience, but genuinely stricken. A month ago, she would have dismissed that expression as another skill. Rich men learned. Regret arranged handsomely on a clean face. Now she knew him well enough for the doubt to hurt. That was the trouble. She knew him better now, and because of that, betrayal had more doors to enter through. "Grace," Alexander said again, quieter this time. "I didn't do this." She looked at him for a long moment. The morning smelled of damp grass, animal feed, and the faint sweetness of hay curing in the barn. It was the smell of her childhood, her grief, her stubbornness. And now, somewhere beyond the front gate, people were reading about it as if it were a little romance, a little charity story, A nice poor girl rescued by a man whose watch cost more than her tractor. You didn't have to write it, she said. You only had to benefit from it. The words landed between them with a force she had not intended but did not regret. Alexander's jaw tightened. I won't benefit from this. You already are. Grace lifted the paper. Do you know what they'll say? That I stopped fighting because I got charmed, that the farm was never worth saving. Only I was too sentimental to admit it, that if I stand beside you now, I sold out, and if I stand against you, I'm an ungrateful fool. Nora stepped closer, a protective movement, but Grace did not need protection from Alexander, not physically. That was not the wound he had given her, or perhaps he had not given it. Perhaps he had only carried the kind of power that made wounds appear wherever he stood. Alexander looked toward the road where another truck slowed, then moved on. His face changed, and Grace saw the businessman in him rise, not cold but focused, the part of him that could read patterns and follow money through smoke. I'm going to find out who leaked this, he said. Grace gave a small, humorless laugh. That's your instinct? Find the leak? Yes, she said. Because someone wanted this printed now. Someone wanted you humiliated and the town divided. The town was already divided, not like this. He was right, and she hated that he was right. By mid-morning, Willowbend was no longer simply a farm under threat. It was a stage. The first call came from a woman Grace had known since Sunday school, her voice syrupy with pity. She wanted to know if Grace was doing all right with everything being so public. The second came from a man at the co-op who said, not unkindly, that if Grace had found a way to come out of this comfortable, no one could blame her. The third was not kind at all. Guess land means less when a billionaire's kissing you, a voice said, then hung up before Grace could answer. She set the phone face down on the kitchen table. Alexander heard it. He had been standing near the window, speaking in a low voice to someone in Chicago, demanding names, sources, timestamps. He ended the call and turned toward her. Give me the number, he said. No. Grace, no, she repeated, sharper. You don't get to storm in and buy my dignity back. He flinched. She had wanted him to. Immediately after, she hated herself for wanting it. The kitchen felt smaller with him in it, not because he took up space, though he did, tall and restless and badly out of place in his expensive shoes, now scuffed by Montana dust. It felt smaller because so much had happened there. Coffee at dawn, arguments over paperwork, his first attempt at cracking eggs one-handed and dropping shells into the bowl. The night he had admitted he did not remember the last time anyone had expected nothing from him. Those memories had been hers yesterday. Today the newspaper had reached in and handled them with dirty fingers. At noon, Caleb arrived, his truck throwing gravel as he pulled in harder than necessary. He got out with the newspaper crushed in one hand and rage written across his face. He barely looked at Alexander before turning to Grace. You okay? It was such a simple question that it almost undid her. I'm fine, she said. Caleb's mouth tightened. That's not what I asked. Alexander stood on the porch silent. Caleb finally turned to him. You expect us to believe you didn't know. I don't care what you believe, Alexander said, though his voice was lower than the words. I care about finding out who used her. Convenient, your project gets a sympathy piece. Grace gets dragged through mud, and you get to play offended. Alexander stepped down from the porch. If I wanted a public relations campaign, it wouldn't look like this. No, it looked cleaner. Caleb snapped. That's the difference between you and folks around here. When we hurt somebody, at least we usually have the decency to look guilty. Grace closed her eyes for a second. Caleb, stop. He stopped at once, but his anger did not leave. It only shifted, becoming concern. I can stay, he said to her, if you want. Grace knew what he meant. He would stand guard against reporters, neighbors, Alexander, the world. Caleb had always offered loyalty like a fence post driven deep, plain, rough, and impossible to move. But if she accepted, the whole town would see another version of the same story. Poor Grace protected by one man from another. No, she said softly. I need to handle this. Caleb looked as if handling it alone was the last thing he wanted for her. Still, he nodded. Before leaving, he faced Alexander again. You may not have lit the match, Caleb said, but your name is the reason it burns. After he drove away, silence returned, but it was not peace. Alexander spent the afternoon tracing the article. Grace watched him work from a distance she pretended was practical. He called his communications team first and dismissed, with visible impatience, 3 different attempts to manage the narrative. He asked who had been contacted, what draft statements existed, whether anyone had spoken to the Montana press. He listened, cut through excuses, and wrote names in a notebook he had found in the parlor because he had left his leather portfolio in the truck. The sight of him using her father's old pencil should have been ridiculous. Instead, it hurt. Because he looked less like a billionaire then, more like a man trying to fix something he could not buy his way out of. At one point, she heard Lydia Vale's name through the open window. Alexander's voice cooled. Then ask her again. No, not by email. Put her on the phone. Grace looked up from the bucket she was rinsing. The water overflowed, cold against her fingers. Lydia. Of course, Lydia would know how to make devastation look tasteful. She had stood in Grace's yard with cream-colored heels sinking into the dirt, talking about heritage textures and rustic authenticity, as if the barn were not a place Grace's father had bled through his shirt one summer, repairing beams after a storm. But suspicion was not proof. Grace had lived too long under the weight of other people, assuming things about her to take comfort in doing the same. Late afternoon brought more visitors, though few came all the way to the house. 2 women from town left a casserole at the gate and drove off without knocking. Someone else left a note tucked into the mailbox. Hold your head up, Gracie. Your mama would know the truth. Grace read it once, then folded it carefully and placed it in her pocket. A half-hour later, another note appeared, this one shoved under the windshield wiper of Alexander's black SUV. Enjoy your resort, sellout. Grace saw it before he did. She did not remove it. When Alexander found it, he stood for a long time staring at the single ugly word. Then he took the note down, folded it and put it in his pocket like evidence. At dusk, the air cooled quickly. The mountains turned purple at their edges, and long shadows spilled across the pasture. Grace went to the barn because animals had the mercy of needing what they needed regardless of human shame. Feed, water, clean straw, a firm hand, a calm voice. She was carrying a bale when Alexander appeared at the barn entrance. Don't, she said without turning. I'm not here to argue. Then why are you here to apologize? She laughed once under her breath. For the article you didn't write. No. His footsteps moved over the packed earth, slow, careful. For not understanding sooner what it costs you to be near me. That made her hands still on the twine. Alexander stopped several feet away. I thought if I was honest with you in private, that mattered most. I thought if I didn't lie, didn't make promises I couldn't keep, didn't use the usual tricks, then I was different from the people you were afraid of. Grace looked at him. Then the barn was dim around them, dust floating gold in the last light. He looked tired, not the elegant tired of late flights and boardrooms, but the raw kind that came from realizing too late that good intentions could still injure someone. I didn't understand, he continued, that my money speaks before I do, that my name changes how people see any woman standing beside me, especially you, especially here. Grace swallowed, and for the first time all day, tears threatened. She fought them back, angry that tenderness had returned without permission. I don't want to be a lesson you learned, she said. You're not. I don't want my life turned into proof that you became a better man. His face tightened with pain. That's not what you are to me. But it's what the world will make me if you let them. I won't let them. You can't control everything, Alexander. Her voice broke slightly, and that betrayal of weakness made her look away. That's the point. You can buy land, companies, lawyers, silence. But you can't buy back the way people look at me now. For a while, he said nothing. Then quietly, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" It was the first time he had asked without already preparing a solution. Grace gripped the edge of the bale. "Leave my personal life untouched. No statements about us. No denials that sound like confessions. No heroic corrections. If you fight this, fight the project, the leak, whatever business game is underneath it. But don't make me part of your public redemption." He nodded once. The movement seemed to cost him. All right. She had expected resistance, promises, maybe even pride. His acceptance left her with nowhere to put the rest of her anger. He turned to go, then paused at the barn door. "I'm sorry," he said. "Not because my name was damaged, because yours was handled carelessly, and because I should have known that careless attention can be another kind of violence." After he left, Grace stood alone among the animals, the apology settling around her with unbearable gentleness. Outside, night came down over Willowbend. For a few hours, the farm returned to its old sounds. Crickets beneath the porch, a horse shifting in the stall, wind brushing through dry grass. Grace did not eat the casserole. Alexander did not come into the kitchen until after she had gone upstairs. She heard him moving below, quiet, respectful, like a guest who had finally understood he was inside someone else's sacred place. She lay awake with her mother's quilt pulled to her chin, staring at the ceiling where moonlight made pale squares from the window panes. When she was little, her father used to tell her that land remembered everything. Not in a magical way, he would say, smiling when she asked if fields could talk. Land remembered through fence lines, tree roots, stones moved by hand, names written on old deeds, scars in barnwood, apple trees planted for children who grew old and left. That was why losing Willowbend had never felt like looting property. It felt like watching memory get bulldozed. Sometime after midnight, Grace smelled smoke. At first it folded itself into her dream. Her father burning brush near the creek, her mother shouting from the porch that supper was getting cold. Then the smell sharpened, bitter and wrong. Grace sat up. For one suspended second she listened. Then a horse screamed. She was out of bed before thought caught up with her, pulling on boots without socks, grabbing the flashlight from the dresser. She ran down the stairs just as Alexander came out of the downstairs study, already alert. "Smoke," she said. "I smell it." They moved together through the back door into the cold dark. The yard was washed silver by moonlight, but beyond the equipment shed, an orange pulse flickered, where there should have been only shadow. Grace stopped so suddenly Alexander nearly ran into her. "No," she whispered. The old records shed stood near the tree line, small and weather-beaten, with a sagging roof and a padlock that had rusted brown years ago. It held no animals, no machinery worth stealing, nothing impressive to anyone who did not understand the value of paper, boxes of tax receipts. Her parents' letters about land easements, old maps, sale records from neighboring parcels, her grandfather's journals wrapped in oilcloth, Willowbend's paper memory. Flames licked up one outer wall. Alexander was already moving. "Call 911. Grace fumbled for her phone with shaking hands while running after him. Her voice sounded strange to herself as she gave the dispatcher the address. Alexander grabbed the hose from beside the pump, cursed when it caught on a coil, then yanked it free with enough force to tear skin from his palm. Water sputtered, then surged. Grace ran to the shed door. "Stay back," Alexander shouted. "My family's records are in there, and if the roof comes down." She ignored him and seized the padlock. It was hot enough to burn, she gasped, stumbling back. Alexander dropped the hose, only long enough to swing a rusted shovel against the latch, once, twice. On the third blow, the wood split. Smoke rolled out, thick and choking. Grace pulled her sleeve over her mouth and plunged inside. The heat struck her like an open hand. Boxes had caught along the left side, flames crawling over brittle cardboard, eating labels written in her mother's neat script. Grace grabbed the nearest crate and dragged it toward the door, coughing so hard her chest tore. Alexander appeared through the smoke, furious and frightened. "Grace." He hauled the crate from her hands, shoved it outside, then went back in with her because he understood by then that she would not leave while history burned. Together they dragged out what they could: a metal file box, 2 half-charred cartons, a bundle of rolled maps tied with twine smoking at one end. Grace's eyes streamed. Her lungs burned. Somewhere in the distance, sirens began to wail. The volunteer fire truck arrived 15 minutes later, though time inside Fear did not move by clocks. Caleb came with them, hair mussed, jacket half-zipped, face pale when he saw Grace blackened with soot. "What happened?" he demanded. Grace could only shake her head. The firefighters drowned the shed until flame became steam and steam became a bitter white ghost rising into the Montana night. Alexander stood beside Grace, one hand bleeding, shirt streaked with ash. No one spoke of the newspaper then. No one spoke of scandal. Fire returned everything to simpler truths. Something had been attacked. Something precious had almost vanished. When the chief finally said it was safe to approach, Grace walked toward the ruined shed on unsteady legs. The left wall was gone. The roof had partially collapsed. Inside, years of records lay curled and blackened, some reduced to flakes that lifted in the wet air and disappeared. Grace knelt in the mud beside the boxes they had saved. Her hands shook as she opened the metal file case. Water had seeped in, but some papers survived. She lifted them carefully, laying them across a dry feed sack. Caleb brought from the barn tax forms, her parents' marriage certificate copy, a brittle photograph of her grandfather standing beside the first tractor Willowbend ever owned. Then, beneath a layer of damp ash, she saw the edge of a rolled document. It was thicker than the others. The paper yellowed, but not destroyed. One side had burned away in a crescent, leaving the rest scarred and smoke-stained. Grace eased it open with the tenderness of touching a wounded thing. Lines emerged first, boundary marks, creek access, parcel divisions, a land survey. Alexander crouched beside her, breathing hard. Grace's eyes moved to the bottom corner where signatures had been stamped and witnessed. One belonged to a county surveyor long dead, another to her father, and beneath them, written in a confident dark hand that time had not fully erased, was a name she had seen only once before, engraved on a silver-framed photograph in Alexander's Chicago office. Jonathan Reed. Alexander went utterly still. Grace looked from the half-burned survey to his face, and the night seemed to tilt beneath them both. "Alexander," she whispered, "why is your father's signature on my land?" The silence after Grace's question was not empty. It was crowded with things neither of them knew how to name. Alexander stayed crouched beside her, one hand braced against the blackened ground, the other hovering near the half-burned survey, as if touching it would make the truth either vanish or turn solid enough to bear. The night wind moved through the ruined barn openings and carried the smell of smoke, damp earth, and something older, memory perhaps, or grief. Grace could feel her own pulse in her throat, sharp and unsteady. "Why is your father's signature on my land?" She had not meant it as an accusation only. It was worse than that. It was fear, stripped bare. Alexander looked at the survey again, then at her. For a moment his face was stripped of all the polished composure she had come to associate with him. He looked younger in that instant, and more dangerous for it. Not because he was angry, but because he was sincerely shaken. "I don't know," he said. Grace almost laughed, but it came out thin and bitter. "You don't know," she repeated. "That's all you have to say." His jaw tightened. "Grace, I'm telling you the truth." She stood up too quickly and had to steady herself with one hand against the wall. "Then tell me another truth." How long has your family been circling this farm? How long before you came here with your resort plans and your expensive boots and your careful voice? Grace. No, her voice broke on the word and she hated that it did. Don't say my name like that. Not until you answer me. The firelight from the smoldering heap painted one side of his face bronze and left the other in shadow. He looked at the ruined survey as if it had reached into his chest and taken something from him. My father, he said slowly, ran a lot of things through legal channels that were never as clean as they looked. I knew that, I didn't know this. She swallowed. Channels. Clean as they looked, those were city words, boardroom words. Words that could wrap a knife in velvet. Grace remembered her mother at the kitchen table years ago, tracing numbers with tired fingers, saying the bank had become less patient, then too patient, then patient in a way that felt like waiting for an animal to tire itself out. She remembered her father coming in from the fields with the weather on his shoulders, and not enough words for what he feared. She remembered the crash, the funeral, the empty chair by the stove. The farm had been left to her not as inheritance but as responsibility. And all this time, perhaps, the shadows had been longer than she knew. You bought my home, she said. And now I find your father's signature on a survey that belongs to my family's land. If that is a coincidence, Alexander, then God has a cruel sense of humor. He flinched at his own name in her mouth, not because it was cold, but because it was so carefully controlled. Grace could see him wrestling with something inside himself, his instinct to defend, to calculate, to clarify, and for once none of it could save him. Let me find out, he said. She stared at him. You think I'll just stand here and wait while you go back to Chicago and ask your people what they've done to me? I think, he said quietly, if I stay, I'll only make this worse. The honesty of that landed harder than any argument. It was the first truly sensible thing he had said all night, and she hated him a little for it, because it sounded like the beginning of departure. The burned survey lay between them, like a wound that had chosen paper instead of skin. In the end, Alexander left before dawn. Grace did not go to the porch to watch him drive away. She told herself that was dignity. But the truth was simpler. She could not bear to see the truck disappear, and know that for all their shared labor, all the small softening between them, he could still leave when his world required it. Men like Alexander Reed did not vanish into grief the way ordinary people did. They translated it into flights, calls, attorneys, and decisions made from heights others could never reach. The day after he left, Willowbend felt larger and lonelier. The repaired fence line still stood where they had fixed it together, straight against the horizon. The horses still needed grain. The calves still needed checking. The work did not pause because the past had become visible. Grace moved through the chores with a hardness that was almost efficient. She cleaned the tack until the leather shone. She hauled water. She answered his clips with clipped honesty and ignored his worried glances. By noon he had seen enough. He's gone, Caleb said, leaning on the gate while she checked a latch. That doesn't mean you have to carry this alone. I'm not carrying anything, Grace said. Caleb gave her a look that was too knowing to be kind. That's the problem. You are. You just do it so long. You start thinking it's the same thing as being fine. She did not answer. The wind tugged at her hair and filled the silence between them. After a moment, Caleb said, If this Reed business goes bad, you call Nora, and if you need me to tell the town to keep its mouth shut, I can try. Grace gave a faint, humorless smile. You make it sound so easy. No, he said. I make it sound possible. That night, after the animals were settled, and the house had gone quiet except for the old pipes knocking in the walls, Grace sat at the kitchen table, with the burned survey spread in front of her, and let the lamp burn low. She traced the faded line of her father's signature with one fingertip. He had died too early to explain anything. Her mother too. The farm had been a place of milk and mud and chores and small laughter. But it had also been a place where adults whispered in doorways and went suddenly still when bills arrived. Maybe she had been naive to believe the debt was just bad luck. Maybe there had always been a hand on the scale. The thought made her stomach turn. At dawn, Alexander called. She let it ring twice before answering. His voice came through the line low and strained, stripped of the easy confidence he used to wear like a tailored coat. "I found something," he said. Grace closed her eyes for a moment. "Of course you did. I'm at my mother's office downtown. She's in meetings. I had access to some archived materials from the resort partnership. It's not just a resort proposal." That made her sit up straighter. "What do you mean?" "It's tied to a larger investment package. Land acquisition, tax restructuring, development financing. There are 3 separate entities involved, and one of them is managed through a shell holding company I didn't know about until this morning." Grace stared out the window at the pale line of dawn over the fields. And Edmund Roth is involved. The name sent a cold thread through her. Edmund, with his polished voice and patronizing smile, had always felt to Grace like a man who enjoyed being underestimated because it meant he could hide his claws. "Why does that not surprise me?" "It should surprise me more than it does," Alexander said, and there was something grim in his tone now, something almost self-reproachful. "My mother knew him before I did. He helped structure the original financing for Reed Capital. He's been around long enough to look like family." "Convenient," Grace said. Yes, a pause, too convenient. She could hear papers shifting on his end, the faint hum of a city office around him. The contrast between his world and hers felt sharper now, more unbearable. He had gone from the smell of hay and smoke to polished glass and sealed files in less than a day, but the same old machinery seemed to be moving beneath both. "Are you telling me the resort is real?" she asked. "Or that it's a cover for something else?" "I'm telling you," he said, "that I don't trust the shape of it anymore." It was not an apology, but it was close enough to make her throat tighten. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Grace said quietly, "My parents died and the bank started circling. Your family showed up in the records years before you bought the farm. Alexander, if this turns out to be what it looks like, then this wasn't a bad coincidence. It was a plan." She heard his breath catch. I know that answer frightened her more than if he had denied it. By late afternoon, Alexander returned to Willowbend. Grace saw his car dusting the lane before she saw him. He got out slower than usual, as if the road had carried him back against his will. He looked tired in a way sleep could not fix. The tailored precision of Chicago sat awkwardly on his shoulders now, as if he had worn it too long in a place where it no longer fit. He didn't try to charm her this time. He didn't offer a half smile or a solution. "I need to show you something," he said. She folded her arms. "If it's another way to explain your family, I'm not interested. It's not an explanation." His eyes held hers. "It's proof." Inside the house, the air felt too still. Alexander set his briefcase on the table and opened it with deliberate care. He removed a folder, so plain it might have been mistaken for an office copy. Then another. Then a thinner packet clipped in red. Grace watched him, her heart drumming against the ribs. There was a strange kind of dread in seeing a rich man handle paper, like it could change the course of a life, because she knew it could. "This came from legal archives tied to the investment package," he said. "It was sealed as confidential." "Wonderful," she muttered. "That sounds healthy." He did not smile. When he opened the file, the first page showed a list of account references, internal notes, and dates. Grace saw her own name before she understood what she was looking at. Then she saw the mortgage account number. Then the lender's name. Her breath left her in a rush. At the bottom of the page, in clean printed letters, was Edmund Roth's private holding company. Alexander turned the page. There were payment schedules, revised deadlines, internal memos. A note in the margin directing that Grace Wilson's default status be reviewed earlier than standard protocol, with an attached instruction to begin accelerated enforcement measures before the grace period expired. Grace stared, not blinking, not moving, as if movement itself might fracture the room. Alexander's voice came rough and low. He didn't just know about your debt, Grace, he held it. The quiet that followed was so complete, it seemed to erase the house around them. Grace felt a sudden, sick understanding blooming in her chest, terrible and clear as daylight. Her fear, her nights at the kitchen table, the pressure of those letters, the endless tightening of the noose. It had not simply happened to her. Someone had shaped it, someone had used it, and Alexander, for all his shock, was standing in the center of that ruin because his name had opened the door. On the final page of the confidential file, a note in Edmund Roth's hand instructed the lender to press forward. Faster collection, less room for negotiation. She will fold once the season turns. Grace did not speak, neither did Alexander, but the file lay open between them like a second burned survey. And this time there was no question about whose hand had drawn the lines. By morning, the file had stopped looking like paper. It had become a living thing on Grace's kitchen table, breathing between them, taking up space where coffee cups and seed catalogues used to be. The pages lay weighted beneath a chipped blue mug, but their contents had already escaped. They had entered the walls, the floorboards, the thin morning light, Alexander's silence and Grace's eyes. She had not cried that frightened him more than tears would have. Grace moved through the kitchen with the careful calm of someone carrying hot glass in her bare hands. She rinsed 2 plates that did not need rinsing, folded a dish towel twice, then once more. Checked the stove, though nothing had been cooking. Every motion was ordinary and because of that, unbearable. Alexander stood near the back door, phone in hand, Edmund Roth's private number glowing on the screen. "I'm going to see him," he said. Grace did not turn around. "Of course you are." The words were not angry. They were worse than angry. They were distant. Alexander put his phone away. "Grace," she set the towel down slowly. "Don't ask me to understand anything today. I'm not. Don't ask me to wait while you decide how much truth I'm allowed to have." The sentence struck exactly where guilt had already been gathering. Alexander looked at the file, then at her. He had spent his life reading risk, intention. He could see fear hidden in boardrooms, greed beneath politeness, weakness under confidence. But standing in Grace Wilson's kitchen, he understood with brutal clarity that intelligence did not protect anyone from causing harm. "I'll come back with answers," he said. Grace finally faced him. Her hair was loose, her face pale, and her eyes held something that had not been there before. Not hatred, not yet, but the first hardening of trust into defense. "Answers won't change who had the power," she said. He had no reply worthy of her. Outside, the morning over Willowbend was painfully beautiful. Frost clung to the low grass like powdered sugar. The horses moved slowly beyond the fence, their breath rising in white ghosts. The old barn leaned into the light, stubborn and weathered, as if it had survived too many storms to be impressed by this one. Alexander drove away with both hands tight on the wheel. Edmund Roth did not receive him in a boardroom. That would have been too honest. He chose instead the private lounge of a hotel in Bozeman, all dark leather, low brass lamps, and windows overlooking a city that had learned to polish its ambitions. Edmund sat near the fireplace with a cup of black coffee untouched beside him, silver hair immaculate, suit perfectly fitted, his expression mild enough to pass for concern. "Alexander," he said, rising only halfway. "I was told you were on your way. You sounded upset." Alexander did not sit. He removed a copy of the loan transfer documents from inside his coat and dropped them onto the table between them. Edmund glanced down, not startled, not even inconvenienced. That told Alexander everything. "You bought Grace Wilson's debt through a shell company," Alexander said. Edmund lifted his cup at last, then set it down without drinking. I invested in distressed rural assets. That is not a crime. You pressured the lender to accelerate enforcement. I advised efficiency. You targeted her. Edmund's eyes cooled by 1 degree. I identified an obstacle. For a moment, Alexander heard nothing but the faint hiss of the fireplace. In Chicago, men like Edmund hid knives inside language. Here, stripped of conference calls and quarterly reports, the blade showed cleanly. Willowbend was never just a farm to you, Alexander said. No. Edmund leaned back. And it was never just a resort site either. That is what you have been too distracted to understand. Alexander's jaw tightened. Explain. Edmund smiled faintly, almost pitying. The southern boundary of Willowbend sits across the most accessible private corridor to the aquifer rights we need for the entire chain. Not just this property. The Montana resort is the anchor. Spa facilities, artificial lake, year-round landscaping, snowmaking extensions if the upper elevations approve expansion. Without guaranteed water movement and control, the valuation drops by almost 40%. Alexander felt the shape of the trap rearrange itself around him. Water rights. No one had told Grace. No one had told him directly. The acquisition summaries had called Willowbend strategically positioned, environmentally adaptable, high-yield rural conversion. Sterile phrases, clean phrases, words chosen so carefully that responsibility could disappear inside them. The farm is worth more than the purchase price, Alexander said. Of course it is. How much more? Edmund did not answer immediately. He watched Alexander with the patience of a man waiting for a child to understand arithmetic. With the corridor secured, with development rights and water access bundled, Edmund said, enough that your reluctance has become very expensive. Alexander's hands curled at his sides. Grace sold under pressure without knowing what she had. She sold because her father left debts and sentiment, does not service loans. Don't talk about her father. Edmund's gaze sharpened, careful, the warning, quiet as it was, brought Alexander back to 1,000 childhood dinners, where men like Edmund had laughed with his parents over wine and acquisitions. This was not simply a business associate. Edmund had been in the Reed orbit for decades. He knew Eleanor. He knew the board. He knew the merger terms currently being negotiated like a crown jewel for Reed Capital's future. And he knew exactly which bones to press. If you cancel the project, Edmund said, the penalty clauses activate. Contractor commitments, land use filings, investor guarantees. The hospitality merger depends on this launch. Your mother understands that. The board understands that. I had assumed you understood it too. Alexander's voice dropped. Did my mother know? Edmund's expression changed so slightly another man might have missed it. Not guilt. Calculation. Eleanor knows the importance of discipline. That isn't an answer. It is the only one you're ready to hear. Alexander stepped closer to the table. Who else knew the corridor value was hidden? Edmund's fingers rested beside the coffee cup. Do not confuse incomplete disclosure with conspiracy. Miss Wilson was represented poorly by circumstance, not by us. You engineered those circumstances. I accelerated an inevitable outcome. She could lose her home. She was always going to lose more if someone did not impose reality. There it was, the purest cruelty, not shouted but reasoned. Alexander thought of Grace at dawn, feeding animals before coffee, patching fences with frozen fingers, pressing her palm against the doorframe her father had built. He thought of her believing she had failed her family, while men in clean rooms had wagered on the season, turning against her. For the first time in his adult life, Alexander wanted to ruin someone, not because it was strategic, but because it felt morally necessary. Edmund seemed to read the shift in him. You are infatuated, he said. Alexander's eyes lifted. It happens, especially to men who have never been denied anything real. She is proud. Pretty in that raw, tragic way. She makes you feel absolved because you can carry hay and bleed a little. and imagine you have become honest. Edmund's mouth curved without warmth. But do not mistake desire for ethics. Alexander moved so fast the chair beside him scraped hard against the floor. Say one more word about her. Edmund did not flinch. If you blow this apart, you will not only damage me, you will damage your mother, your company, hundreds of employees tied to the merger, and your own authority. All for a woman who will still look at you and see the man who bought her land. The sentence landed because it had teeth. Alexander hated him for choosing the truth most likely to wound. When he left the hotel, the sky had gone grey. He sat in his car for several minutes without starting the engine. The documents spread across the passenger seat, like evidence at a trial where he was both witness and accused. His phone buzzed. A message from Lydia Vale. Board call moved up. Edmund is concerned about your recent conduct. Please don't do anything impulsive. Alexander stared at the screen, then deleted the message without replying. By the time he reached Willowbend, a county vehicle was pulling away from the farmhouse. Grace stood on the porch, an envelope open in her hands. He knew before she spoke. The foreclosure date had arrived, not as thunder, not as drama, but as a stamped letter on white paper. Final timeline, the kind of document that made devastation look administrative. Grace looked up as his car stopped. For one suspended second, Alexander thought she might let him come near her. Then her face closed. They gave me 30 days, she said. He got out slowly. Grace, I found out why Edmund wanted the land. She gave a short, humorless laugh. That's what you came back with. A reason. It's the water rights. The corridor under the southern boundary. Willowbend is worth far more than what you were told. Her fingers tightened around the envelope. The wind moved across the yard, carrying the smell of cold earth and hay. Somewhere near the barn, a loose sheet of tin knocked softly again and again. Grace's voice turned quiet. You knew? No, but your people did. Alexander hesitated. It was only a heartbeat, perhaps less. But between people who are already bleeding, a heartbeat can become a verdict. Grace saw it. Her eyes changed. Your people did, she repeated. I'm trying to find out how far it went. That means yes. It means I don't want to lie to you before I know every name involved. She stepped down from the porch. The envelope shook once in her hand before she steadied it. Do you hear yourself? You stand here on my land. No on land your money took from me. And you're still managing the truth like it's a press release. That's not what this is. Then what is it? His throat tightened. He had faced collapsing markets, hostile boards, lawsuits designed to destroy reputations. None of it had prepared him for Grace looking at him, as if every tender thing between them might have been another form of trespassing. I went to Edmund, he said. He admitted the corridor matters to the entire resort chain. He admitted pushing the debt. He warned me the penalties could damage the merger if I stopped the project. The merger, she whispered. I'm not choosing the merger. You haven't chosen anything yet. That's not fair. Grace's eyes flashed then, grief catching fire at last. Fair, Alexander. I have been living inside a trap built by men who call cruelty business. I lost the land. I may lose the house. I wake up every morning, wondering which memory I have to pack first, and you want fair. He crossed the distance before he could stop himself, then halted when she stepped back. That small retreat hurt more than Edmund's threats. I love you, he said. The words came out rough, unplanned, stripped of elegance. They stood in the cold air between them, terrifying in their simplicity. Grace went still. Alexander had imagined, in some private foolish corner of himself, that if he ever said those words, the world might soften. Instead, Willowbend seemed to hold its breath. I love you, he said again, quieter. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I didn't know what Edmund had done. I didn't know about the water rights, but I know what I feel. I know I don't want this place destroyed. I know I don't want a future that costs me. You for one aching second, her face trembled. He saw the woman who had laughed in the barn, when he fell off a patient old mare, the woman who had silently placed salve beside his cut hands, the woman who had told him stories about her mother, planting lavender by the back steps because even poor houses deserve to smell like June. Then the tremor passed. "Love," Grace said, and the word broke in the middle. "You don't get to hand me love while keeping one hand over the truth. I'm trying to protect you from half-known accusations. No, you're protecting the part of your life that might be guilty." He flinched because she had found the wound, blindfolded. Grace looked toward the fields, the line of fence, the cottonwoods stripped bare by season. Her voice lowered. "Do you know what the worst part is? I believe you didn't know at first. I believe you when you look at me like that. And somehow that makes it worse, because even your ignorance had more power than my whole life." Alexander had no defense. The afternoon thinned around them. Grace walked past him toward the barn, then stopped. "I need you to leave," she said. "Grace, if you love me, don't make me beg for space on the land I used to own." He stood there as she disappeared into the dimness of the barn, and every instinct told him to follow, to explain more, to promise everything, to tear the project apart with his bare hands if necessary. But love, he was beginning to understand, was not proven by volume, so he left. Not far, not truly. He drove to the edge of the property and parked near the old cattle gate, where cell service came and went like mercy. He called lawyers. He called Nora Blake and left an urgent message. He called his own internal counsel and demanded copies of every disclosure, every water right appraisal, every communication between Edmund Roth, Lydia Vale, and anyone at Reed Capital. He did not ask politely. By dusk, people in Chicago had begun to understand that Alexander Reed was no longer containable, but legal truth moved like winter sap. Debt moved faster, fear fastest of all. The next morning, Grace met Nora in town. She had not slept. Her eyes burned, and her body felt oddly weightless, as if exhaustion had cut the strings between bone and feeling. Nora sat across from her in the small legal office above the pharmacy, reading the foreclosure notice with a grimness that needed no translation. "There may be grounds to challenge the process," Nora said, "but it won't be quick. I don't have quick. I know." Grace looked at the framed landscape print on Nora's wall, some anonymous mountain valley where nothing was owed and no one had signed away the past. "What happens if the house goes too?" Grace asked. Nora removed her glasses. "Then we fight for damages later. But I know that's not the same as saving it." No, it was not the same. No amount of later could replace the kitchen doorway, where Grace's father had marked her height with a carpenter's pencil. No damages could bring back her mother's rosebush by the east window. The land was vast, but grief had become very specific. A porch step, a bedroom window, a pantry shelf, a brass hook by the door. By late afternoon, Edmund's representative arrived at Willowbend, not Edmund himself. Men like him rarely came to collect pain in person. The representative was named Mr. Hale, a neat man with gentle hands and a voice trained to sound regretful. Caleb stood near the driveway with his arms crossed, fury rolling off him in waves. Nora had come too, her mouth a flat line. Grace stood on the porch, feeling strangely calm again. Mr. Hale presented the preliminary agreement as if offering shelter. If Grace agreed not to contest transfer of the surrounding acreage and signed a non-obstruction clause regarding development access, the farmhouse parcel would be separated temporarily from enforcement proceedings. She would be allowed to remain there under a conditional preservation arrangement, while final terms were reviewed. It was not mercy, it was strategy. They wanted her quiet. They wanted her separated from the land piece by piece. They wanted the image of compassion while they cleared the corridor. Caleb exploded first. "This is theft with stationery." Mr. Hale's expression did not change. "It is an opportunity to prevent immediate displacement." Nora turned to Grace. "You do not have to sign today." Grace looked past them to the fields. The winter light lay over Willowbend like a farewell. She could see the southern pasture where her father once taught her to mend wire, his big hands guiding her small ones. She could see the slope where her mother had scattered wildflower seeds that never grew properly, but returned every spring in stubborn patches anyway. She could see Alexander in the distance of memory, not as the man from Chicago, but as the man who had stood in mud laughing helplessly with a newborn calf licking his sleeve. Her heart moved toward him, and she hated it, because love did not stop paper, because truth delayed was still a blade, because she was so tired of being brave in ways that only cost her more. "If I sign," she asked, "the house is safe." Nora closed her eyes briefly. "Temporarily." "How temporarily?" Mr. Hale answered. "Long enough to negotiate a permanent carve-out if all parties cooperate, if she behaved, if she stopped fighting, if she accepted the smaller cage because it had familiar walls." Grace took the pen. Caleb stepped forward. "Gracie, don't." She looked at him then, and the tenderness in her eyes almost undid her. "I can lose the fields and still remember them," she said softly. "I can't watch them lock the front door." Nora's voice was low. "Grace, once you sign this, it weakens your leverage." Grace gave a faint broken smile. "Leverage is a word people use when they still have something other people want. But they did want something. She knew that now. They wanted water beneath her grief. They wanted silence over her history. They wanted the clean signature of a woman too exhausted to keep standing. And maybe for one terrible moment, exhaustion won. She signed her name on the line. Grace Wilson. The letters looked smaller than they should have. At the far end of the drive, tires struck gravel hard. Everyone turned. Alexander's black truck came fast through the open gate, dust rising behind it in a pale storm. He was out before the engine fully died, coat unbuttoned, face sharpened by panic and cold. In his hand was a folder thick with documents, and in his eyes was the look of a man who had discovered the truth at last and arrived 1 minute after it mattered most. "Grace," he called. But Mr. Hale was already sliding the signed agreement into his case. Grace stood on the porch with the pen still in her hand. Alexander saw it, saw her face, saw Nora's silence, Caleb's rage, the representative's careful satisfaction. He stopped at the foot of the steps. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, Grace looked down at the signature that had traded Willowbend's body for the chance to keep its heart beating a little longer. And Alexander understood with a pain so clean, it felt like breaking bone. He had come back with the truth, but he had come too late. By the time the representative's car disappeared beyond the cottonwoods, Willowbend had become strangely quiet. Not peaceful, quiet. There was a difference Grace had learned early in life. Peace had weight, warmth, breath. Peace was her father humming in the workshop while rain tapped the tin roof, her mother kneading bread by the kitchen window, a newborn calf wobbling under its mother's patient nose. Quiet like this was the sound after something had been taken. It spread through the yard, across the porch, into the seams of the old house, until even the wind seemed careful not to touch anything too hard. Alexander stood at the foot of the steps, the folder still gripped in his hand. He had come with proof. Grace could see it in the rigid line of his shoulders, in the dark fury behind his eyes, in the way Nora had taken one look at those papers and gone pale. Proof of something rotten. Proof that the debt, the sale, the pressure, all of it had been arranged by hands far cleaner than they should have been. But ink had already dried beneath Grace's name. That was the cruelty of timing. Sometimes truth arrived wearing its best suit, carrying all the evidence in the world, and still found the door locked. "I can fight this," Alexander said at last. Grace looked at him, and the ache inside her was too tired to become anger. "No," she said softly, "not today." Caleb swore under his breath and walked away toward the barn. Because a man like him needed something solid to hit, and there was nothing solid enough. Nora stayed beside Grace, one hand resting briefly on her arm, not asking for explanations. Perhaps she understood that some choices were not made because they were right. They were made because every other choice had become a weapon pointed at people you loved. Alexander climbed one step. Grace stepped back. The small movement landed between them harder than any accusation. His face changed, not dramatically. Alexander Reed had been trained too well for that. Boardrooms, negotiations, cameras, inheritance, pride. His whole life had taught him how not to show bleeding. But Grace saw it anyway. A flicker, brief and devastating, like a lamp going out in a room where someone had still been reading. I signed it because they were going to take the livestock, she said, and the equipment, and the house would have gone next. I couldn't let everyone burn with me, just because I wanted to stand in the middle of the fire and call it loyalty. You should have called me. A laugh escaped her, not bitter enough to be cruel, not gentle enough to be kind. I did call you, Alexander. Not on the phone, not in the way people can prove later. I called you every time I asked you to see this place as more than acreage. Every time I told you I was scared. Every time I stood right here and waited for you to decide which world you belonged to. He lowered his eyes. Snow began that afternoon, not a storm at first. Just thin white flakes slipping out of a hard grey sky, dissolving against fence rails and dark earth. Grace watched them through her bedroom window as she folded sweaters into cardboard boxes she had saved from the feed store. The room looked smaller, half-packed. Her mother's quilt lay across the bed, still bright in places where the sun had not stolen its color. On the dresser sat a chipped blue hairbrush, a jar of buttons, a photograph of her parents standing beside the old tractor with their arms around each other, young and windburned and impossibly alive. Grace picked up the photograph. For years, she had believed love meant holding on. Holding on to land, to memory, to promises spoken over hospital beds and gravesides. Holding on even when banks called, fences broke, calves died, and neighbors brought casseroles because pity was easier to carry than money. But now, standing in the room where she had learned to braid her hair and hide tears, Grace wondered if holding on had turned her into a person who made everyone else bleed with her. Caleb had nearly lost his temper at the county office because of her. Nora had spent nights chasing legal shadows because of her. Alexander had torn open parts of his own life because of her, only to arrive after she had surrendered anyway. Maybe love was not holding on. Maybe love was knowing when to stop asking people to save what had already crushed you. She wrapped the photograph in a sweater and placed it carefully into the box. Downstairs, the house made the familiar sounds of winter, pipes ticking, porch boards shifting, wind testing every gap. Grace packed dishes, then books, then the small ceramic horse her father had bought her at a county fair when she was 7. Each object became an argument against leaving. Each one had a voice. By evening, half the kitchen shelves were empty. Alexander had not left. She knew without looking. His truck remained near the machine shed. A dark shape under gathering snow. At some, Nora drove away, promising to return in the morning. Caleb, after a long silence, went home to check his own cattle, though Grace knew he hated leaving her. Alexander stayed outside, not knocking, not forcing himself into her grief, simply moving through the yard as if punishment could be found in useful work. He carried feed sacks, cleared ice from water troughs, fixed the hinge on the side gate that had been sagging for weeks. Once, through the window, Grace saw him pause beside the barn and press one hand against the weathered wood. He stood there a long time, head bowed, snow collecting on his hair. She looked away first. The call came at 9:17. Caleb's voice crackled through the phone, rough with wind. Grace, you need to get to the north barn. Red heifer's down, looks wrong. The words moved through her body before fear could. She grabbed her coat, boots, gloves, the old emergency kit from beneath the mudroom bench. Outside, the cold slapped her awake. Snow was falling harder now, thick and slanted. turning the yard into a blur of white and shadow. Alexander was already coming from the shed. What happened? "Calving trouble," she said, pushing past him. "I need hot water, clean towels, rope from the tack room. Iodine, and the calf puller if Caleb hasn't got it." He did not ask whether he should help. He ran. That was the first thing that loosened something in her chest. Not his apology, not his proof, not the billionaire who could buy lawyers by the dozen. It was Alexander Reed running through snow toward a barn because an animal on Willow Bend needed him. The north barn was lit by 2 weak bulbs, and Caleb's truck headlights shining through the open doors. The heifer lay on fresh straw, sides heaving, eyes rolled wide with pain. Caleb knelt near her flank, jaw tight. "Breech," he said. "One leg back. I tried to shift it, but she's fighting me." Grace dropped to her knees. The smell of straw, blood, manure, and cold air closed around her with brutal familiarity. This was no place for delicate feelings. This was life at its most honest, messy, urgent, unforgiving. "Easy, girl," Grace murmured, running a hand along the heifer's neck. I know. Alexander arrived breathless with supplies. His Chicago coat was already stained at the cuffs, his expensive boots sinking into wet straw. "Tell me what to do," Caleb looked at him once, suspicion and necessity wrestling in his face. Necessity 1. Hold her head, keep her steady. Don't let her thrash into Grace. Alexander moved immediately. He crouched in the straw, one hand firm along the heifer's neck, the other braced near her shoulder. When the animal jerked, he absorbed the force without complaint. Minutes stretched. Grace worked by instinct, by memory, by everything her father had taught her when she was too young to understand that saving a life could feel so much like bargaining with God. Her arms shook. Sweat gathered beneath her collar, despite the cold. The calf was wrong, stubbornly wrong, and the heifer's strength was fading. "Come on," Caleb muttered. Alexander's eyes found Grace's across the animal's body. There was fear in them. Not disgust, not impatience, fear, and something steadier beneath it. "You can do this," he said. Grace almost broke then. Not because the words were grand, but because they were simple, because he did not say he would fix it. He did not promise money, lawyers, miracles. He only believed her hands still knew what to do. The calf came just before midnight. A slick, dark shape sliding into straw, limp for one terrible second that emptied the whole barn of breath. Then Grace cleared its airway, rubbed hard with towels, whispered, begged. Caleb crouched beside her. Alexander held the lantern closer with hands that trembled despite his effort to steady them. The calf coughed once. Then again, its small body shuddered into life. Grace sat back on her heels and covered her mouth. Caleb let out a sound somewhere between a laugh and a prayer. Alexander looked at the calf as if he had just witnessed the opening of a door he had never known existed. The heifer turned her head weakly toward her baby. Outside, snow fell thick and silent for a while. No one spoke. There were things to do. Iodine, bedding, checking the mother, helping the calf find milk. But the panic had passed into exhausted tenderness. Caleb eventually stood, rubbing his knees. "I'll check the south fence on my way out," he said, though it was nearly 1 in the morning and the roads were bad. Grace looked up. "Caleb, I'm fine." His gaze moved from her to Alexander. "You two keep the heater going. Don't leave them alone yet." It was the closest thing to trust Caleb had ever given Alexander. After he left, the barn settled around them. The small space near the stall warmed slowly from the portable heater. Snow tapped against the roof in soft, countless touches. The calf, still unsteady, pressed against its mother's side. Grace sat on an overturned bucket, her arms wrapped around herself, too tired to pretend she was not shaking. Alexander draped a horse blanket around her shoulders. She did not pull away. He sat on the floor a few feet from her, back against the stall wall. His shirt was ruined. There was straw in his hair. A thin cut crossed one knuckle. He looked nothing like the man who had first arrived at Willow Bend, with polished shoes and development plans. I was supposed to be in Chicago tonight, he said quietly. Grace turned her head. Investor meeting. Final capital approval. Edmund, Lydia, half the board. They expected me to walk in, present the adjusted resort timeline, reassure everyone the local resistance had been handled. The words should have hurt. They did, but not in the old way. The old way had been sharp, defensive. This was duller, deeper. Why weren't you there? He looked toward the calf. Because you were here. Her throat tightened. Alexander continued, voice low. I used to think decisions were complicated because numbers were complicated. Risk models, debt structures, projected returns. But tonight was simple. They wanted me in a room where everyone would discuss Willowbend without seeing it. You were in the snow, trying to keep something alive. Grace stared at her hands. They were reddened from cold, scraped at the wrists, trembling with the aftermath of work and grief. You can't keep choosing like that without losing something. I know. You say that like you understand. But you don't just lose meetings, Alexander. Men like Edmund don't forgive humiliation. Boards don't forgive disobedience. Families like yours don't forgive public weakness. A faint, humorless smile touched his mouth. You've learned our world quickly. I've been paying for it longer than you know. The quiet that followed was not empty. It held too much. Alexander leaned forward, elbows on his knees. My father used to tell me that the worst mistake a Reed could make was needing anyone. He said, need made men negotiable. Grace looked at him then. His face was softer in the barn light, stripped of command. So I built a life where no one could bargain with me. I had money before I had friends, influence before peace. I thought loneliness was discipline. I thought if nothing could touch me, nothing could hurt me. And then you bought a farm, she said. He gave a small breath that might have been a laugh if it had not been so sad. And then I met a woman who looked at all of it and asked me what I was worth without it. Grace lowered her eyes. I was cruel sometimes. You were honest. Honesty can still cut. So can silence. Snow thickened against the windows, blurring the outside world until the barn felt suspended in white. Grace listened to the heifer breathing, to the calf's small searching sounds, to Alexander beside her. The night was fragile. One wrong word could shatter it. One true word could change everything. I signed because I was tired, she admitted. Not just today. Tired in my bones, tired of waking up already behind, tired of pretending I wasn't afraid every time a bill came. Tired of everyone telling me I was brave, when what they meant was poor and stubborn. Alexander's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. I thought if I let part of it go, maybe the rest would stop bleeding. Maybe Caleb wouldn't have to keep showing up. Maybe Nora wouldn't keep fighting for free. Maybe you she swallowed. Maybe you could go back to the life you were supposed to have. He turned fully toward her. Grace. She shook her head, but he moved closer, slowly enough that she could stop him. I don't want that life back. You don't know what you're saying. I do. You're angry tonight. Guilty. That feels like love when everything is burning. No. His voice was quiet, but it held. Guilt is what brought me back with papers. Love is why I stayed when you wouldn't look at me. Love is why I missed that meeting. Love is sitting in straw at 1 a.m. and realizing I would rather lose every room that ever applauded me than leave this one. Her breath caught. For a long moment she could not speak. Grace had imagined declarations before, though she would never have admitted it. In those private, foolish corners of the heart, love arrived dressed in certainty. But real love, she was learning, came tired and dirty, with blood on its sleeve and fear in its hands. It did not erase the past, it knelt beside it. I'm scared, she whispered. I know. If I trust you and you leave, I don't think there will be enough of me left to rebuild. Alexander reached for her hand, stopped just short, and waited. That waiting undid her. Grace placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers with care, as if trust were not something to take, but something to shelter. She leaned toward him slowly. He met her halfway, Their foreheads touched first. Then his lips brushed hers, gentle and almost unbearably restrained, a kiss shaped less by hunger than by relief. Outside, the snow covered the tracks of the day. Inside, something wounded opened its eyes. They stayed in the barn until dawn tinted the windows blue. Nothing was solved. The signed agreement still existed. Edmund still held debts like knives. Lydia still smiled with poisoned patience. Reed Holdings still circled Willowbend with contracts, and cameras and money enough to make morality look inefficient. But when Grace woke from a brief, uncomfortable sleep against Alexander's shoulder, the calf was standing. That felt like a sign, though Grace no longer trusted signs easily. Morning came bright and cold. The snow had laid a clean sheet across the farm, softening broken machinery, fence posts, tire tracks, even the empty boxes stacked by the porch. Grace and Alexander walked back toward the house, side by side, not touching, but no longer separated by the same distance as before. A silver SUV waited in the drive. Lydia Vale stepped out wearing camel wool, leather gloves, and the expression of someone who had never been surprised by winter, because winter too had been scheduled in advance. Her eyes moved over Alexander's stained clothes, Grace's barn coat, the straw clinging to both of them. For half a second, something like irritation cracked her composure. Then she smiled. Alexander, I was told you were unreachable. Alexander's posture changed. Grace felt it before she saw it, the return of the man who had survived glass towers. I was occupied. Yes, Lydia said, glancing at Grace. That seems to be the board's concern. She removed an envelope from her briefcase. Alexander did not take it immediately. What is this? A formal notice. Reed Holdings held an emergency session at 6 this morning, Chicago time. In light of your failure to attend the Capitol meeting, your refusal to execute approved development priorities, and concerns regarding personal conflict of interest, the board has voted to suspend your unilateral decision-making authority over the Willowbend project. The words fell cleanly into the snow. Grace felt the cold reach under her coat. Alexander took the envelope at last and opened it. His eyes moved across the page once, then again. No shock showed on his face, which made it worse. Who called the session? Lydia's smile faded into professionalism. Eleanor chaired it. Grace looked at him. For the first time that morning, Alexander seemed to lose the ground beneath him. My mother doesn't have controlling operational authority over this asset. She does when the board determines executive impairment, Lydia replied. And when enough voting proxies are reassigned, Edmund, Alexander said. Lydia did not answer. She did not need to. Wind moved through the yard, lifting loose snow from the fence rails. Somewhere behind them, the newborn calf cried out from the barn, thin and alive. Grace stepped closer to Alexander without thinking. Lydia noticed. Her gaze sharpened. You should both prepare yourselves, she said. There will be a public statement before noon. Alexander folded the notice slowly. Tell them I'll challenge it. I'm sure you will. Lydia returned to her SUV, then paused by the door. But you missed your meeting, Alexander. In your world, absence is never just absence. It is an invitation. She drove away, tires cutting dark lines through the snow. By noon, every phone in town seemed to know before Grace did. Caleb called first, furious enough that half his words blurred together. Nora called next, already on her way. Then Mrs. Palmer from the feed store sent a message with a link and 3 exclamation points. Grace stood in the kitchen beside Alexander as the video loaded on her cracked phone. Eleanor Reed appeared behind a podium in Chicago, immaculate in winter white, Reed Holdings logo gleaming behind her like a seal pressed into wax. Cameras flashed. Reporters leaned forward. She looked composed, sorrowful, maternal in a way that made Grace's stomach twist. At Reed Holdings, Eleanor said, her voice smooth enough to hide every blade, we respect legacy, community, and responsible development. Recent circumstances have created unfortunate confusion regarding the Willow Bend project. Let me be clear, our commitment remains unchanged. Alexander went very still. Grace's hand tightened around the phone. Eleanor looked directly into the cameras, and through them, it felt, into the old kitchen at Willow Bend. The resort will proceed under Reed Holdings' leadership, she announced, with or without Alexander's approval. For several seconds after Eleanor Reed's announcement ended, the kitchen held a silence so complete, it seemed to have weight. The old refrigerator hummed. Wind pressed against the window panes. Somewhere outside, one of the horses knocked a hoof against the stall door, impatient for feed or comfort, unaware that the world inside the farmhouse had just shifted beneath everyone's feet. Grace lowered the phone first. She had expected cruelty from men like Edmund Roth. She had expected polished contempt from Lydia. But Eleanor's voice had been worse because it carried the softness of family, the calm authority of a mother protecting a son, a name, a dynasty. There had been no anger in that announcement, no raised voice, just a beautiful woman in white declaring that Willow Bend was not a home, not a history, not the last living piece of Grace's parents' love. It was an asset to be managed. Alexander stood beside the table, one hand braced against the back of a chair. His face had not gone pale exactly. It had gone distant, as if some door had opened inside him, and he was staring into a room he had spent his whole life avoiding. Grace looked at him and, for one small shameful second, fear returned. Not fear of losing the farm. She had lived with that fear so long it felt like an old scar. This was different. This was the fear that Alexander Reed, with all his gentleness from the past weeks, with his hands roughened now by fence wire and winter work, might still belong to that world on the screen, more than he belonged here. He must have sensed it. He turned slowly. "I didn't know she was going to do that," he said. Grace believed him. That was the problem. Belief no longer made anything simple. "I know," the two words came out tired, not forgiving, not accusing, just tired. His jaw tightened. "She's trying to box me in before I can move. She's trying to erase me before anyone asks why you changed your mind." The truth landed between them. Alexander looked away, toward the dark window where both of their reflections appeared faintly. Her, in one of her father's old flannel shirts. Him in a sweater that probably cost more than her first truck, but now had dust at the cuffs. They looked like people from different photographs accidentally developed onto the same paper. Then Nora arrived. She did not knock. She came in with snow on her shoulders, a leather satchel under one arm, and the kind of expression that meant sympathy could wait. "I saw it," she said. Everyone saw it. That was not a press conference. That was a warning shot. Alexander pushed away from the chair. "What can we do?" Nora's eyes moved from him to Grace. "Find something they can't spin." Grace gave a small, humorless laugh. "Like what? A letter from heaven?" "No," Nora said quietly. "A record from the past." Grace stopped. Outside, the wind rose, rattling the porch light. Her mother's journals sat upstairs in cedar boxes beneath the slanted attic wall. Grace had not touched them in months. She knew every ribbon, every pressed flower, every small sketch of calves born in spring and pies baked for church suppers. Her mother had written everything down, not because she expected anyone to read it, but because she believed ordinary days deserved witnesses. Grace swallowed. "My mom kept records." Nora's gaze sharpened. "Financial? Everything. Feed costs, vet bills, mortgage payments, who came by, who called, what Dad worried about." Grace's chest tightened around the old grief. She used to joke that if the barn burned down, the insurance company could reconstruct our whole life from her notebooks. Alexander's eyes changed then, not with excitement exactly, but with purpose. "Where are they?" The attic smelled of cedar, dust and dried lavender. Grace climbed the narrow stairs first, her hand sliding along the wall where her father had once penciled her height every birthday until she was 16, and declared she was done growing. Alexander followed close behind, silent, careful not to crowd her. Nora stayed below to make calls, her voice a low murmur through the ceiling boards. Grace knelt in front of the cedar chest and rested her palm on the lid. For a moment she was 10 years old again, watching her mother sit at the kitchen table in lamplight, writing in blue ink while Grace did homework beside her. Her mother's hair had always fallen loose from its braid by evening. Her father would come in smelling of hay and cold air, kiss the top of Grace's head, then lean over his wife's shoulder. "Writing down my sins, Annie," he would tease. "Only the expensive ones," her mother would answer. Grace pressed her lips together. Alexander knelt beside her, but did not touch the chest. He waited, and that waiting undid her more than urgency would have. "I used to think keeping them closed kept her safe," Grace whispered. "Like if I didn't read the last years. Then I didn't have to know how scared they were." Alexander's voice was low. "We can stop." "No." She opened the latch. "That's what everyone has counted on, that I'd be too hurt to look." Inside were stacks of cloth-bound notebooks tied with fading ribbon. Her mother's handwriting marked each year across the covers. Grace's fingers moved past childhood summers, past droughts, past the year her mother had written, Grace's first blue ribbon. With a tiny star beside it, she found the final box of journals from the years leading up to her father's death. They carried them downstairs to the kitchen table. The next hours passed in a blur of paper, memory, and dread. Snow thickened outside until the windows glowed with reflected white. Caleb arrived after Nora called him, bringing coffee, a scanner from the town office, and a look that made Alexander straighten instinctively. But Caleb said nothing hostile. He simply took off his hat and stood beside Grace. "Tell me what to do," he said. So they worked. Grace read her mother's journals aloud in pieces, stopping whenever emotion made her throat close. Nora cross-checked dates. Caleb scanned receipts. Alexander built a timeline on sheets of brown packing paper, taped together across the far counter. His handwriting was clean and severe, the kind of handwriting that belonged in boardrooms. But now it circled feed invoices and property tax notices and bank transfer numbers from 20 years ago. At first, there was only the familiar tragedy: a bad winter, cattle lost to illness, medical bills after Grace's mother's diagnosis, loans taken against land that had already carried too much history and not enough cash. Then came the entry from March. Grace read it twice before the words settled. "David met with Mr. Roth today about the restructuring. Reed Capital approved the extension if payments go through Montana Agricultural Holdings. David says the man was too smooth, but the papers looked official. He promised this keeps Willow Bend safe." Alexander stopped writing. Nora looked up slowly. "Read that again." Grace did. "Montana Agricultural Holdings." Caleb frowned. "Never heard of it." Alexander's expression had tightened. "I have." Everyone turned toward him. He looked at the paper in front of him, then at Grace. It was a subsidiary, or it was supposed to be. "I saw it buried in old acquisition files, dormant by the time I joined the executive board." Nora's fingers flew across her laptop. Who controlled it? Alexander did not answer quickly enough. Grace felt the answer before he said it. Edmund Roth managed the entity, he said. But Reed Capital had signing authority. The kitchen seemed to tilt. Nora's face hardened, professional calculation cutting through the shock. If Grace's father made payments to that company, and the company failed to credit them toward the original debt, then he didn't default, Alexander finished. Grace's hand went numb around the journal. The words did not feel real. For so long, default had been the stone at the center of everything. Her father defaulted. Her father failed. Her father fought as long as he could, but in the end the numbers swallowed him. That was the story the bank told, the lawyers told. The town whispered gently when they thought Grace could not hear. Her father, who fixed neighbors' tractors for free. Her father, who taught her that a promise mattered more when no one was watching. Her father, who had died with guilt carved into his face. He didn't default. Alexander had gone very still again, but this time he looked less like a man trapped by his family and more like a man watching a bridge burn behind him. Nora leaned toward Grace. "We need proof of payment." Grace turned pages with trembling fingers. Her mother had taped receipts into the back of the journal. Some were yellowed, some almost illegible, but the carbon copies remained. Monthly payment confirmations, wire transfer slips, each one marked with the same receiving account, Montana Agricultural Holdings. Caleb swore softly under his breath. Grace could not breathe. Alexander took one receipt carefully, as if it were fragile enough to injure. He studied the routing number. His face changed. "What?" Grace asked. His voice came out rough. "This receiving bank was used by Reed Capital's private investment arm." Nora's eyes narrowed. "Alexander." He looked at her and Grace saw something break open in him. "My father would have known." No one spoke. The name William Reed had lived in Alexander's world like polished marble, cold, grand, untouchable. Grace had seen the way people invoked him around Alexander. Visionary, builder, titan. The man who had turned money into an empire and taught his son that hesitation was weakness, disguised as conscience. Now his shadow stretched across her kitchen table, over her mother's handwriting, over her father's lost years. Alexander set the receipt down. "There may be internal memos," he said. "Old audits, transfer authorizations. If Roth redirected payments and Reed Capital accepted the benefit." Someone signed off. Nora's voice was careful. "If this is real, we can challenge the foreclosure. Possibly unwind the sale." Grace looked at Alexander, the farm, her home, her parents' name, the years of humiliation. The nights she had lain awake listening to the house settle, wondering which room she would miss most. When strangers took it apart, all of it suddenly had a narrow, dangerous path back. But that path ran straight through Alexander's family grave. He seemed to understand at the same moment. "If we release this," he said, "it won't just implicate Edmund." Nora did not soften it. "No, it could expose Reed Capital to fraud allegations, civil suits, criminal inquiry, depending on who knew what and when." Caleb looked at Alexander, suspicion and something almost like pity wrestling in his expression. "And your mother just went on television promising to push the resort through." Alexander's mouth tightened. Then she forced the clock. Grace should have felt triumphant. Instead, grief rose with hope, so sharply it hurt. Because Alexander had been raised to protect the Reed name, the way she had been raised to protect Willowbend. He had once believed his inheritance was proof of purpose. Now she was asking him, without saying the words, to place a match to it. He looked at her across the table. "I'll open the archives," he said. Grace's heart gave a painful leap. "Alexander, if my father helped steal your family's land, then protecting his memory means protecting a lie." The sentence was quiet. It was not dramatic. Perhaps that was why it felt enormous. Nora began organizing the documents immediately, instructing Caleb on copies, asking Grace for any bank statements preserved elsewhere. But Grace barely heard. She watched Alexander step onto the back porch with his phone, shoulders hunched against the snow, and she knew before he made the call that he was not calling a lawyer. He was calling his mother. It was nearly dark when Eleanor Reed came to Willowbend. She did not arrive with reporters or assistants. A black car moved slowly up the long drive, headlights cutting through the snowfall. Grace saw it from the upstairs hall where she had gone to search old filing boxes. For one strange second, she thought of funeral processions. Eleanor stepped out wearing a charcoal coat and leather gloves, elegant even in the storm. Snow caught in her silver blonde hair and vanished like it had never dared to touch her. Alexander met her outside near the barn, then brought her into the house. Grace stayed upstairs longer than necessary, holding a folder of property tax receipts against her chest. She told herself it was not fear, it was restraint. Nora was still at the kitchen table. Caleb had gone to make backup copies in town. This conversation was family, and Grace had learned early that stepping into other people's family wars meant becoming the easiest target. But voices carried in old houses. At first, Eleanor spoke softly enough that Grace caught only fragments. "You don't understand what this will do," Alexander answered equally low. "I understand exactly what was done." Grace came down the stairs, one careful step at a time. From the landing she could see into the front room. Eleanor stood near the fireplace, not sitting, as if refusing the farmhouse's invitation to belong. Alexander stood opposite her, hands at his sides, face drawn but steady. On the mantel behind him was a photograph of Grace's parents on their wedding day, both laughing, her father's arm around her mother's waist. Grace's throat tightened at the sight of Eleanor read beneath that photograph, asking for mercy, not for the dead who had been wronged, but for the dead who may have profited. "I knew Edmund was aggressive," Eleanor said. Her composure had thinned at last, revealing something frightened beneath it. "Your father trusted him to handle distressed rural assets." That was the language they used. Distressed assets, not families. Not widows, not children. "By the time I suspected the methods were questionable, William was ill, the company was vulnerable, and you were too young to carry the burden." Alexander's eyes flashed. "So you carried it by burying it. I preserved what your father built. You preserved evidence of fraud." Eleanor flinched, but only slightly. "You think truth is clean because you have never watched a legacy bleed out in public." Alexander gave a hollow laugh. "No, Mother. I think truth is overdue." For the first time, Eleanor's gaze faltered. When she spoke again, she sounded less like the woman from the press conference, and more like a mother who had run out of doors to close. "Alexander, please. If you release this, your father's name will be dragged through court filings and headlines. Every achievement, every donation, every hospital wing, every scholarship, people will spit on all of it. They won't remember the good. They will remember this." He looked exhausted. "Maybe they should remember all of it. Do not be naive. Men like Edmund survive by attaching themselves to greater names. He will say William knew everything. He will say I knew everything. He will say you are sacrificing your own blood to impress a woman who hates what you come from." Grace froze on the stairs. Alexander's voice dropped. "Don't." But Eleanor had found the wound and pressed. "You have been here a few weeks, Alexander. You have fed cattle, mended fences, slept under an old roof, and now you believe hardship has made you righteous. But you are a reed. You were raised for more than this. For more than honesty, for responsibility." Eleanor's voice sharpened, grief twisting into anger. "To your family, to your father, to the people whose livelihoods depend on our stability. One scandal and thousands pay the price." "And Grace already paid it," he said. The room went silent. Grace held the banister so tightly her fingers hurt. Eleanor stared at her son as though she no longer recognized him, or perhaps as though she recognized at last the part of him she had never been able to control. When she spoke again, her voice was low, intimate, and cruel in the way only desperate love can be cruel. "So this is what it comes to," Eleanor said. "You would choose a farm girl's affection over your father's memory." Grace's breath caught before she could stop it. The small sound betrayed her. Both Alexander and Eleanor turned toward the stairs. Grace stood halfway down, the old folder clutched to her chest, her face burning, her heart breaking open beneath all proof and history and love that had suddenly become too heavy to hold. For one suspended second, the house seemed to forget how to breathe. Grace stood on the stairs with the folder pressed against her chest, and every word Eleanor had said remained in the air like cold iron. Farm girl's affection. Father's memory, as if love were a cheap thing. As if Grace were not standing in the house her father had built, with cracked hands and summer sweat, in a place where every window frame, every floorboard, Every uneven stair carried the weight of people who had loved without applause. Alexander moved first. "Grace," he said, and there was apology in the way he spoke her name, not for himself alone but for the room, the family, the years of money and silence that had led them here. She looked at him and saw too much: his anger, his tenderness, his exhaustion, the boy he must once have been, trained to carry the Reed name like armor, the man he had become at Willowbend. Mud on his boots, sleeves rolled up, learning that fences did not mend themselves and trust could not be purchased with a signature. And she understood, with a clarity that made her ache, that love could become another kind of burden if held too tightly. Eleanor's face had gone pale, but Grace did not wait for another insult disguised as grief. She descended the remaining steps slowly. Her knees felt unsteady, but her voice when it came was quiet. "I'm sorry you think I'm something he has to choose against." Alexander's jaw tightened. "You are not." Grace gave him a small, almost invisible smile. "Maybe not to you." Then she walked past him. He reached for her arm, not forcefully, only with instinctive fear. "Don't leave like this." The warmth of his fingers almost broke her. She wanted to turn into him. She wanted to bury her face against his shoulder and let the world outside the farmhouse become nothing but weather. But outside the farmhouse, there were legal notices, debt ledgers, investors with clean hands and dirty intentions, and a hearing that would decide whether Willowbend survived another week. Most of all, there was Alexander, standing at the edge of losing not only money, but his family, his name, the empire, built before he was old enough to understand its cost. Grace gently pulled free. "There's a hearing tomorrow," she said. "You should decide what you can live with before then." He looked as if she had struck him. "I already know." "No," she whispered. "You know what you feel. That isn't always the same thing." She did not look back as she left the room, because if she had, she might have stayed. That night, Willowbend held her the way it always had. Without questions, without judgment, the wind combed through the cottonwoods. The barn door groaned softly against its latch. In the kitchen, the old clock ticked with stubborn loyalty, keeping time even when everything else was falling apart. Grace packed before dawn, not much. A change of clothes, her mother's worn recipe book, a photograph of her parents standing beside the south pasture fence, her father laughing at something beyond the frame. She placed the old folder on the table, then took it back. Evidence belonged at the hearing. Truth did not deserve to be abandoned. Only then did she sit beneath the yellow kitchen light and write Alexander a letter. Her handwriting began steady, then softened as the words found the place in her that she had been trying all night not to touch. "Alexander, I used to think the worst thing someone could do was take land that didn't belong to them. I was wrong. The worst thing is making someone you love pay for loving you. You came here as the man who bought Willowbend. I hated you for that. Then you learned the names of the horses, fixed fences you didn't break, listened when I spoke about my parents, and somehow became the person I looked for whenever the day was too heavy. That is why I have to leave before you make a choice, only because I am standing in front of you. If you expose your family, let it be because it is right. If you protect them, let it be because you can live with it. But don't let my grief become your command. I am going to the hearing. I will fight for Willowbend with what I have. If I lose, I want to lose, standing upright. Thank you for showing me that not every person who owns something understands belonging, and that some people can learn." Grace, she folded the letter once, then again, and placed it where he would see it. Beside the chipped blue mug he used every morning now without asking, a billionaire with a preferred mug in a farmhouse kitchen. The thought almost made her laugh. Instead, tears slid down her face in silence. Before sunrise, she walked out to the truck. The yard was silver with frost. The fields stretched wide and shadowed beneath the fading moon. Not dramatic, not pleading, simply there. Grace stood beside the driver's door and looked across Willowbend as if trying to memorize it in one breath. The red barn, the sleeping pastures, the porch where her mother used to shell peas in July, the window where Alexander had stood only days ago, holding coffee, looking lost and strangely at home. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the land, though she did not know whether she was apologizing for failing to save it or for loving the man who might. Then she drove away. The county courthouse sat at the center of town like an old conscience, brick-faced and weather-stained, with steps worn smooth by generations of arguments, marriages, licenses, lawsuits, and small defeats. By the time Grace arrived, the parking lot was already crowded. News had traveled faster than mercy. Ranchers leaned against pickup trucks. Shop owners clustered near the entrance. Reporters from Helena and Billings had come with cameras and clean coats, hungry for a story they could name in a headline: Billionaire Development Scandal, Farm Girl versus Finance Dynasty. Rural Montana takes on Chicago money. Caleb waited near the steps, hat low, arms folded when he saw Grace. His expression changed from anger to concern so quickly it hurt. "You came alone," he said. "I'm used to it." "No, you're not." His voice was rough. "You just got good at pretending." Grace swallowed. Nora Blake appeared beside him, carrying a leather satchel full of documents and the kind of calm that had clearly been assembled through great effort. "Grace," Nora said softly, "whatever happens today, you answer only what you must. Don't let Edmund provoke you. He'll try to make emotion look like instability." Grace nodded. Inside, the hearing room was too warm. Old radiators hissed beneath tall windows. Wooden benches creaked under the weight of townspeople and strangers. At the front, Edmund Roth sat beside his attorneys in a charcoal suit, silver hair immaculate, face arranged into wounded dignity. He looked less like a man accused of destroying someone's life and more like a donor waiting for his name to be engraved on a plaque. Lydia Vale sat 2 rows behind him. Grace noticed her by accident. Lydia wore cream, as always, polished and composed, but there was something different in her posture. Her hands were locked too tightly around her phone. Her eyes did not meet Edmund's. Grace looked away. Alexander was not there. The absence was a physical thing, heavier than she had prepared herself for. She told herself she had wanted this. She had asked him not to choose because of her. She had left before he could follow. Still, when the judge entered and the room rose, Grace felt the empty space beside her like an open door in winter. Proceedings began with formalities that made pain sound administrative: parcel numbers, loan histories, development contingencies, foreclosure timelines. Grace listened as lawyers described Willowbend in language stripped of weather, memory, and blood. To them it was an asset, a distressed property, a viable resort corridor, a contractual dispute with secondary allegations. Then Edmund's attorney stood. "Your Honor, while Ms. Wilson's attachment to the property is understandable, sentiment cannot override signed obligations. The foreclosure process was lawful. The sale to Reed Global Development was lawful. Any suggestion of conspiracy is not only unsupported, but defamatory." Grace felt Caleb shift behind her, furious. Nora placed one steady hand over Grace's wrist, warning her to remain still. The attorney continued, voice smooth as oiled wood. "Ms. Wilson has in recent months engaged in increasingly erratic public conduct. She has obstructed surveyors, threatened development staff, and formed a personal relationship with Mr. Alexander Reed, whose judgment in this matter may now be compromised." A murmur moved through the room. Grace kept her eyes forward. There it was, not just the attack on her property, the attack on her dignity. The suggestion that if a woman fought too hard, she was unstable. If she loved someone powerful, she was manipulative. If she grieved openly, she was unfit to be believed. Nora rose. "Your Honor, we have documentation indicating irregular transfer of mortgage servicing rights, accelerated collection activity outside standard notice periods." and correspondence linking those actions to parties who benefited from the development sale. Edmund's attorney smiled faintly. Alleged correspondence, partial documents, emotionally curated by a former owner desperate to reverse a legal transaction. The judge, a stern woman with silver-rimmed glasses and a voice for ending nonsense, looked toward Nora. "Mrs. Blake, do you have direct evidence of coordination?" Nora opened the folder. Grace's heart beat once, hard. Before Nora could answer, the doors at the back of the hearing room opened. Every head turned. Alexander entered without entourage, without his usual armor of assistance and tailored distance. His dark coat was unbuttoned, his face pale from a sleepless night, but his eyes were clear. In his hand was the folder Grace had left copies from, the one he must have found on the kitchen table beside her letter. For a moment, he did not look at the judge. He looked only at Grace. She forgot the room, forgot Edmund, forgot the cameras. All she saw was the man who had read her goodbye and come anyway. Not with flowers, not with promises whispered in private, but with evidence in his hand and ruin waiting at his back. Alexander walked down the aisle. Edmund's expression flickered. "Your Honor," Alexander said, "I request permission to submit evidence relevant to the foreclosure and development rights associated with Willowbend Farm." The judge studied him. "Identify yourself for the record." Alexander Reed, acting executive chairman of Reed Global Development. The room changed temperature. He paused, then added, "As of this morning, I have tendered my resignation from executive authority pending an independent audit of all acquisitions connected to Roth Capital Advisory, including Willowbend." A sound rose from the benches. Shock whispers, the rustle of bodies leaning forward. Grace stared at him. Edmund stood abruptly. "This is theatrics." Alexander did not look at him. "No, theatrics is calling fraud strategy." The judge struck her gavel once. "Mr. Reed, you will address the court." He inclined his head. "Yes, Your Honor." Then he laid the documents before the clerk. His voice did not shake as he spoke, but Grace knew him well enough now to see the cost in his stillness. The evidence includes internal correspondence, payment schedules, and acquisition notes, indicating that Mr. Edmund Roth, while advising Reed interests and related investors, coordinated pressure on Ms. Wilson's outstanding mortgage to create a distressed sale environment. Reed Global benefited. My family's name benefited. I benefited. Whether or not I understood the mechanism at the time. His gaze moved briefly to Grace. "I am not here to excuse ignorance. I am here to correct it." Eleanor Reed sat near the back. Grace had not noticed her enter. She was motionless, gloved hands folded in her lap, face unreadable, except for the moisture brightening her eyes. Around her, people whispered her name as if wealth itself had been summoned and made answerable. Edmund's attorney objected, citing privilege, relevance, improper submission. Nora countered quickly. The judge allowed provisional entry pending authentication, and for the first time that morning, Grace felt the floor beneath her stop tilting. Then Edmund rose. "If this court is inclined to indulge Mr. Reed's emotional collapse," he said, voice cold enough to quiet the room, "then perhaps it should also consider why he is doing this. Mr. Reed has been compromised by an intimate relationship with Ms. Wilson. She has every motive to manipulate him. She stands to gain land worth tens of millions." Grace's face burned, but before Nora could object, Edmund turned his attention fully on her. "This young woman presents herself as a victim, but she signed the loan documents. She defaulted. She refused reasonable buyout offers. She used public sympathy and personal involvement with a Reed heir to undermine lawful investment. That is not dignity. That is opportunism wearing work boots." Caleb half rose behind her. "Sit," Nora hissed. Grace sat very still. The words hurt because they were designed to hurt. But beneath the sting came something stronger. She thought of her father teaching her to set a post straight. "If you start crooked, Gracie, everything built after leans wrong." She lifted her head. But it was not Grace who answered. A chair scraped behind Edmund. Lydia Vale stood, white-faced but composed, holding her phone as if it weighed more than stone. "Your Honor," she said, "I have recordings." The room went silent. Edmund turned slowly. "Lydia, one word." Soft warning, she flinched but did not sit. "I was instructed by Mr. Roth to coordinate media leaks, Wilson's financial distress, in order to lower community resistance to the resort. I was also told to pressure the document storage vendor after the first inquiry from Ms. Blake." Her breath caught, but she forced herself onward. "He ordered records destroyed, and he ordered the foreclosure timeline accelerated before Mr. Reed could review the underlying debt history." Edmund's attorney exploded to his feet. "Your Honor, this is outrageous. Ms. Vale is a disgruntled consultant attempting to save herself from liability." Lydia's laugh was small and brittle. "Yes, I am trying to save myself. That doesn't make him innocent." She tapped the screen. A man's voice filled the hearing room, low and unmistakable. "Move the Wilson file before Reed gets sentimental. Leak the arrears. Make her look unstable if she fights. And get rid of the servicing notes." No paper, no problem. No one breathed. Grace felt the sound pass through her body like a storm, breaking a dead branch. Not relief, not yet. Something more painful: confirmation. The terrible gift of knowing she had not imagined the pressure, the shame, the way doors closed before she reached them. Alexander closed his eyes once. When he opened them, he looked at Edmund not with rage, but with something colder. Finality. Lydia played another recordment again. "The farm is leverage, the girl is noise. Reed will sign if the margins sing loud enough. A third if Alexander hesitates. Remind Eleanor what scandal does to legacy." At the back of the room, Eleanor's hand rose to her mouth. The judge ordered the recordings entered under seal pending forensic review. Edmund's attorneys demanded recess. Reporters scribbled furiously. Caleb muttered a prayer that sounded halfway like a threat. Nora's grip found Grace's hand under the table and squeezed once, hard. Grace could not look away from Alexander. This was what sacrifice looked like, she realized. Not grand speeches beneath moonlight, not dramatic declarations made where no one could hear. It was standing in a room full of enemies and neighbors and cameras, placing your own name on the altar of truth, and not asking the person you loved to soften the blade. The judge returned after a brief recess with a face carved from duty. "Given the evidence submitted today," she said, "this court finds sufficient cause to issue an immediate temporary freeze on foreclosure actions related to Willowbend Farm. All transfer enforcement and eviction proceedings are stayed pending investigation into fraud, coercion, and document destruction. Development activity is suspended until further order." For half a second, no one moved. Then the room erupted. Caleb exhaled like he had been holding his breath for years. Nora bowed her head. Someone in the back clapped once before being shushed. Grace sat frozen, the words reaching her slowly as if traveling across a long field. Frozen, not saved forever, but not lost today. Her eyes filled. Alexander turned toward her, and there, in the crowded courthouse with half the county watching, all the things they had not said stood between them. Her letter, his choice, their fear, the fragile green shoot of a future that had somehow pushed through concrete. He took one step toward her. Then Edmund Roth began to laugh. It was not loud. That made it worse. The judge's gaze snapped to him. "Mr. Ruth, I advise you to consider your position carefully." Edmund buttoned his suit jacket with elegant, trembling fingers. His face had lost color, but not malice. "Your Honor, by all means, freeze the foreclosure. Investigate whatever you like." His eyes slid to Alexander, then to Grace. "But Willowbend's development agreement contains investor protection provisions, independent of the foreclosure instrument if Miss Wilson's challenge obstructs activation of the resort contract. The investor group may pursue damages for breach and interference." Nora went still. Alexander's expression hardened. That clause was contingent on clean title. Not entirely, Edmund said softly. You should have read the side letter, Alexander. Your people signed it. So did the transitional estate representative. Grace felt cold move through her. Nora opened her satchel with urgent hands. What side letter? Edmund smiled then, and it was the smile of a man with blood on his shirt still reaching for a knife. 48 hours, he said. Either Reed Global satisfies the penalty personally and in full, or the investors sue Ms. Wilson for breach-related damages large enough to bury whatever remains of her family legacy. The room that had just begun to hope fell silent again. Grace looked at Alexander. He looked back at her, and in his eyes she saw the shape of the next impossible choice. Not truth or silence this time. Everything he had left, or the woman he loved. For one suspended second after Edmund's threat, no one moved. Outside the courthouse windows, Montana sunlight lay across the steps in a clean, indifferent sheet. People who had come to witness a reckoning lingered in the hallway, their whispers thin as paper. Somewhere, a reporter's phone vibrated. Somewhere else, a door clicked shut. Life with its ordinary cruelty continued. Grace could hear her own pulse. 48 hours. It was such a small amount of time for a life to be measured in. Her father had built the north fence over 3 summers. Her mother had planted the lilac bushes beside the porch when Grace was 6. And they had taken 10 years to bloom fully. The barn had been raised by neighbors who came with hammers, casseroles, and children asleep in pickup trucks. Willowbend had never belonged to speed, but money did. Contracts did. Men like Edmund Roth did. Alexander did not look away from her. His face had gone quiet in the way she had learned to fear. Not cold, not distant, but terribly controlled. The billionaire had returned to his bones. The man who could move assets with a phone call and end careers before lunch. Only now his wealth did not look like power. It looked like a wound he was preparing to open. Nora was the first to speak. We need to see the side letter. You'll have a copy within the hour, Edmund said, gathering his papers as if he had merely concluded a business meeting. His smile never reached his eyes. I suggest you all use your time wisely. Caleb took one step toward him, and Grace caught his sleeve before anger could become something no court would forgive. Edmund glanced at the gesture, amused, then walked out through the double doors beneath the portrait of a judge long dead. The silence he left behind was worse than his voice. Alexander turned to Nora. How much? Nora's mouth tightened. If the side letter is enforceable, and if they calculate projected resort revenue aggressively. She stopped, because kindness sometimes meant refusing to say the number aloud. How much? He asked again. Potentially over 80 million. Grace felt swear under his breath. The figure did not feel real. It was too large to be a debt and too ugly to be a number. It was a weapon. Alexander nodded once, as if someone had told him the weather. Then I'll pay it. Grace's head snapped toward him. No, she said. He looked at her, and for a moment all the noise in the courthouse disappeared. She saw the sleeplessness under his eyes, the bruised line of his mouth, the raw place where he had torn himself free from his family's silence and corporate machinery. He had already exposed Edmund. He had already set fire to the easy future everyone had prepared for him. Now he was reaching for the only tool he knew how to use when someone he loved stood in danger. Money. I can liquidate enough within 48 hours, he said. Some holdings will take a hit, but it can be done. I'll cover the penalty, and then we fight the rest without that threat over you. You'll burn your company down for me, for you. His voice sharpened, not with anger, but with pain. Grace, they aimed this at you because of me, because of my signature, my project, my family name. I won't let you carry the blast. She wanted to be grateful. Part of her was, so painfully grateful, that it almost bent her in half. There was a girl inside her who had spent years begging banks for extensions, selling calves too early, patching roofs with borrowed nails. learning exactly how alone a person could be when numbers turned against them. That girl wanted to rest. She wanted someone strong enough to stand between her and the storm. But Grace Wilson had not fought this long to become another thing a rich man saved. She stepped closer. "Alexander, look at me," he did. "You don't get to love me by replacing every hard choice with your bank account." His eyes flickered. "I know you want to protect me," she continued, her throat tight. "And I know what it costs you to offer. But if you pay this alone, Edmund still wins a piece of what he wanted. He makes Willowbend a transaction. He makes us a story people understand too easily. The billionaire rescues the farm girl, buys forgiveness, buys peace, buys love. That isn't what this is, I know." Her voice softened. "But we have to build something that proves it." Nora, who had been watching them with the weary tenderness of a woman who had seen both law and love fail under pressure, slowly closed her satchel. "Grace is right." Alexander turned. "Nora, she is." Nora pushed her glasses higher on her nose. "The penalty is leverage. But public leverage can be answered publicly. Edmund's fraud changes the landscape. The investors don't want a trial that reveals they profited from manipulated foreclosure instruments. Reed Global doesn't want to defend a side letter tied to dirty title. And the town." Her gaze moved toward the courthouse doors, where shadows of waiting neighbors shifted beyond the frosted glass. "The town has a stake in what happens next." Caleb frowned. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying we stop reacting to Edmund's plan and put forward one of our own." The idea began like a match in dry grass. Not large at first, not certain, but alive. They moved from the courthouse to Nora's office, then from Nora's office to the long table at the back of Miller's diner, because the courthouse had filled with reporters and the diner had coffee strong enough to hold despair upright. Caleb called 2 neighboring ranchers. Nora called a land trust attorney in Bozeman. Alexander called 3 people in Chicago, and, for the first time since Grace had known him, did not command so much as invite. By dusk, the diner had become something between a war room and a church basement. Maps of Willowbend were spread beside plates of untouched fries. The resort renderings Lydia Vale had once displayed with polished confidence now lay face down beneath ranching ledgers, conservation easement drafts, and Grace's old notebook of calf births and hay yields. People came and went quietly. The feed store owner, the school principal, Mrs. Alvarez from the bakery, 2 brothers who ran trail rides in summer, a retired accountant who had once helped Grace's father file taxes and still remembered where the old water rights were recorded. Alexander sat beside Grace, his jacket off, sleeves rolled to the forearms. He listened more than he spoke. When numbers came up, he understood them instantly. When land came up, he deferred to Grace. That, more than any promise, began to change the room. By midnight, the plan had a shape. Willowbend would not become a luxury resort with glass villas and curated wilderness. It would become a community-owned working ranch and heritage retreat, modest in scale and rooted in the life already there. A portion of the land would be placed under a conservation easement, protecting the creek, pasture, and old cottonwood grove from large-scale development. The working cattle operation would remain active, with local ranchers contracted fairly. Renovated bunkhouse and 2 restored cabins would host guests who wanted to learn, not consume, to mend fence trails, gather eggs, understand weather, eat at the same table as the people who worked the land. There would be income, yes, sustainable, transparent income. Enough to pay debts, employ townspeople, repair buildings, and keep Willowbend alive. Not frozen in memory, not sacrificed to profit, alive. Alexander's investment would come through a new entity with community shares and independent oversight. He would not own the house. He would not control development decisions. Grace would retain the family home, the central acreage around it, and final authority over what parts of the land could be touched. Every contract would be public, every investor capped, every profit distribution visible. When Nora read the framework aloud, Caleb leaned back slowly, as if his distrust had finally met something it could not easily argue with. "And Reed," he asked, "still testing. What does he get?" Alexander looked at Grace before answering. Not for permission exactly, but because the answer mattered to both of them. "A return if the project succeeds," he said. "A smaller one than the resort, much smaller." A faint, tired smile touched his mouth. "Possibly the smallest return anyone has ever seen me voluntarily accept." A few people laughed, and the sound loosened something in the room. Then his expression grew steady again. "I also get to be accountable for what my name nearly destroyed." Grace's eyes stung. She looked down at the maps because if she looked at him too long, she might forget there were other people present. By morning, the proposal had reached the investors. By noon, it had reached the press. By evening, it had reached Chicago, and on the second day, with 6 hours left before Edmund's deadline expired, Eleanor Reed arrived at Willowbend. She came not in the black town car Grace expected, but in a rented sieve-dusted pail from the county road. She wore a cream coat too fine for the wind and shoes that sank slightly into the thawing mud near the porch. For the first time, Eleanor looked out of place, not because Montana was beneath her, but because she had not yet learned how to stand honestly on it. Alexander met her in the yard. Grace watched from the porch, one hand resting on the railing her father had sanded smooth 20 years ago. Mother and son spoke quietly at first. Grace could not hear the words, only the shape of them. Eleanor's posture was rigid, Alexander's still. Then Eleanor looked toward the house, toward Grace, and something in her face folded dramatically. Not for enough for anyone else to notice, but enough. She walked up the porch steps alone. Grace straightened. For a heartbeat, neither woman spoke. Between them lay every sharp word from the gala, every cold glance, every inherited assumption about bloodlines and money and worth. Eleanor Reed had once made Grace feel like mud on a marble floor. Now she stood before her on a wooden porch, with Montana wind pulling loose strands of silver hair from her perfect twist. "Miss Wilson," Eleanor said. "Mrs. Reed." Eleanor's fingers tightened around her gloves. "I have spent much of my life protecting my family from scandal. I told myself that was the same as protecting them from harm." Her voice was controlled, but not empty. It wasn't. Grace said nothing. "I was cruel to you because it was easier than admitting my son had become better here than he had ever been in the world I built for him." Eleanor looked toward the fields, where Alexander stood with Caleb near the barn, both men pretending not to watch. "And because you saw through us, through me, the apology, when it came, was quiet enough that the wind almost took it. I am sorry." Grace had imagined this moment once with anger. In those imaginings, she had always known exactly what to say. Something proud, cutting, final. But real apologies, the rare kind, did not arrive like victories. They arrived like tired travelers, carrying what was left of their dignity in both hands. Grace breathed in the scent of dust, grass, and distant rain. "I can't pretend it didn't hurt," she said. "I wouldn't ask you to. And I won't become acceptable just because Alexander loves me." Eleanor's mouth trembled once. "No. I think perhaps we must become more acceptable to you." It was not friendship, not forgiveness, not yet, but it was a door unlatched. When the investors accepted mediation instead of immediate litigation, the whole town seemed to exhale. Edmund's assets were frozen pending investigation. Lydia Vale, facing the collapse of her polished future, provided correspondence that tied him directly to the manipulated debt transfers and the side letter strategy. She did not become noble. She became afraid, then useful. Sometimes justice did not require purity, only evidence. The penalty did not vanish overnight, but it lost its teeth. Under public scrutiny and legal pressure, the investors settled for a restructured agreement tied to the new Willowbend plan. Reed Global absorbed part of the loss officially, not as a secret favor, but as responsibility for its role in the attempted development. Alexander still sold personal holdings, not enough to rescue everyone single-handedly, but enough to seed the community trust without controlling it. When he signed those papers, Grace stood beside him, not behind him. That mattered. Months passed, and Willowbend changed the way living things changed slowly, visibly, with mess and weather. The barn roof was repaired in June. The bunkhouse smelled of cedar and fresh paint by July. Caleb supervised the rebuilding of the west fence, and complained loudly whenever Alexander's knots failed, which was less often than before, but still often enough to entertain everyone. Nora came on Saturdays with legal folders and left with eggs. Mrs. Alvarez supplied biscuits for the first breakfast service and cried when the guests applauded her huckleberry jam. Grace worked harder than she had ever worked, but the work no longer felt like a hand closing around her throat. There were still bills. There were still hard mornings and stubborn cattle and guests who arrived wearing boots too clean to trust. But the farm no longer stood alone against the world. It had witnesses now. Partners. Roots spreading in more than one direction. Alexander turned to move through Willowbend without trying to master it. He still took calls from Chicago, still wore expensive watches he forgot to remove before fixing trough valves, still looked absurdly handsome with dust on his jaw and spreadsheets in his hand. But he had changed in the quiet places. He asked before deciding. He stayed after failing. He understood that some profits could not be quarterly, and some losses were only losses if you counted with the wrong heart. On the morning the first official guests arrived, Grace woke before sunrise. The house was still, wrapped in blue-gray light. She walked barefoot to the porch and found Alexander already there, holding 2 mugs of coffee, watching mist lift from the pasture. Beyond the fence, horses moved like shadows becoming real. The lilacs beside the steps had bloomed again, fuller than the year before. Their fragrance soft and stubborn. He handed her a mug. Big day. She took it, their fingers brushing. You nervous? Terrified. She smiled. Good, means you're paying attention. Below them, Willowbend waited, not restored to what it had been, because nothing loved deeply ever returned unchanged, but carried forward. The old house still bore scratches in the floor from Grace's childhood dog. The barn still leaned slightly east. Her father's tools hung on their hooks. Her mother's lilacs bloomed, and beside them stood new things, a sign carved by a local teenager, guest cabins with handmade quilts, a ledger with community names written into ownership, Alexander's muddy boots beside Grace's at the door. He looked at her then, not like a man admiring something he had won, but like someone grateful to be allowed to remain. I used to think staying meant giving up motion, he said quietly. That if I stopped chasing the next thing, I'd become less. Grace leaned her shoulder against the porch post. And now I think leaving was easier. His voice lowered. Staying asks more. She looked at the horizon, where the first gold of morning touched the tops of the fields. All her life she had believed staying was something she had to do alone. A duty, a fight, a promise made to the dead. But now, standing beside him, she understood that staying could also be chosen by the living, not as a chain, but as a hand extended. Alexander set his coffee on the railing. Grace, he said. There was a softness in the way he spoke her name that still undid her. She turned. He did not reach for a ring. He did not kneel. That would come one day, perhaps, in its own honest hour. This morning was not about claiming the future with ceremony. It was about entering it with open eyes. I need you to teach me one more thing, he said. Her throat tightened, though she smiled. Only one. For now. What is it? He looked out over Willowbend, the land he had once bought, the home he had almost erased, the place that had remade him by refusing to be owned in the way he understood ownership. Then he looked back at her. Teach me how to stay. Grace felt the sunrise touch her face. She thought of her father's hands guiding hers around a hammer, her mother kneeling in spring dirt, Caleb's fierce loyalty, Nora's patient wisdom, even Eleanor's humbled apology. She thought of loss and pride and the terrible grace of being loved without being diminished. Then she reached for Alexander's hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm and certain. "You start," she said, by not letting go, and together, as the first guests turned onto the long road toward Willowbend, they stood on the porch while the morning opened around them. Not as a billionaire and the farm girl he rescued. Not as owner and former owner. Not as two people divided by all the worlds that had made them. But as two wounded hearts who had chosen to build something neither could have built alone. Trient Ngan Bosung, the rancher's second chance whack coal, had not planned on falling in love the same week. His family's cattle ranch nearly went under. He had driven 3 hours from the auction yard with an empty trailer and a heavier heart. The kind of defeat that settled into a man's shoulders and refused to leave. The bank letter sat folded in his glove compartment like a slow-burning coal. Ridgeline Ranch had survived drought, wildfire, and 2 recessions, but it had never survived a banker with a calculator and no patience for stories about the land. He almost did not stop at the roadside diner outside Sheridan. He was tired, and tired men made poor company, but the coffee smelled like something worth pausing for, and his stomach had been arguing with him since sunrise. That was where he met Josephine Hart. She was refilling sugar packets behind the counter, sleeves rolled to her elbows, a pencil tucked behind one ear, like she had forgotten it was there. She did not look up when the bell over the door rang, only called out that he could sit anywhere he liked. The place was hers to fill. "Rue Day?" she asked, setting a mug in front of him without being asked. "Rue Year," Wyatt admitted, surprising himself with the honesty. She leaned against the counter, unbothered by the quiet of the empty diner. "Ranch trouble," he looked up sharply. "How'd you know?" "Boots," she said, nodding at his feet. "Man in boots like that either owns land or wishes he still did. You've got the second kind of sadness in your eyes." Wyatt almost laughed, the first real laugh in weeks. He told her more than he meant to that afternoon, about the drought that had thinned his herd, about his father's voice still echoing through the barn rafters, about the auction that had not gone the way he needed. Josephine listened the way few people did anymore, without rushing to fix him, without looking away. "My grandmother always said land remembers who fights for it," she said finally. "Maybe it's not over yet." He did not believe her, not that day, but he came back the following week, and the week after that, and somewhere between the coffee refills and her stubborn optimism, Wyatt found himself telling her about a new plan: smaller herds, rotational grazing, a partnership with a nearby vineyard that wanted grass-fed beef for its restaurant. Josephine, it turned out, had a business degree she had never used and a restlessness for something more than refilling sugar packets. By spring, she was standing beside him in the east pasture, boots sinking into new grass, helping him count calves that would not have existed without her help balancing the books. The bank letter was gone from the glove compartment. In its place was a folded photograph of the two of them at the county fair, laughing at nothing in particular. "Told you the land remembers," she said, bumping his shoulder with hers. Wyatt looked out over Ridgeline Ranch, saved, not by luck, but by 2 stubborn people who had decided a diner conversation was worth becoming a life. "It remembers you too now," he said. And for the first time in a long while that felt like enough. The Orchard inheritance. Margaret Doyle had not set foot on Doyle Orchard in 11 years, not since the argument that sent her to the city with a suitcase and a promise never to look back. The lawyer's letter changed that. Her Uncle Frank had passed quietly in his sleep. And the orchard, 40 acres of apple trees planted by 3 generations of Doyles, now belonged to her, along with a mountain of unpaid taxes and a foreman named Diego Rise. who had run the place alone for the last 3 years without pay he was owed. She arrived expecting resentment. She found something worse, quiet, patient competence that made her feel like a stranger in her own inheritance. "You're late for harvest," Diego said, not unkindly, as she stepped out of her rental car in shoes entirely wrong for orchard mud. "I didn't know there was a schedule to keep." "There's always a schedule. The trees don't care what city you moved to." Margaret wanted to be angry, but there was no cruelty in his voice, only tiredness and something like grief for a man he had clearly respected. Over the following days, she learned that Frank had spoken of her often, had kept her childhood drawings pinned above his desk, had never once been able to say the words that might have brought her home sooner. Diego showed her the older trees first, the ones her great-grandfather had planted by hand. He showed her which rows still produced despite the neglect of the drought years, and which had finally given up. He did not flatter her, did not pretend the orchard was in better shape than it was. And that honesty, oddly, was what began to soften her. "Why did you stay?" she asked one evening, the two of them sitting on crates in the packing shed, exhausted from a day of sorting fruit. "Somebody had to," Diego said simply. "And I liked the trees more than I liked most people." Margaret laughed, despite herself. It was the first time she had laughed on this land since she was a teenager. The taxes were steep, steeper than she had feared. But as autumn deepened, and the orchard filled with the smell of ripening fruit, Margaret found she was no longer counting the days until she could sell and return to the city. She was counting the trees instead, learning their names, listening to Diego's stories about the years she had missed. By the time the last apples were pressed into cider, she had made her decision. She would keep the orchard, rebuild it properly, and pay Diego every cent he was owed, plus a share of what came after. "You could have just sold it," Diego said, watching her sign the paperwork that made the partnership official. "I could have," Margaret agreed. "But some inheritances aren't about money. My uncle didn't leave me an orchard, he left me a chance to come home." Diego smiled, the first unguarded smile she had seen from him. "Welcome home then." Outside, the wind moved through rows of trees that had waited 11 years for her return, and did not seem to mind that it had taken so long.